All right, welcome everyone. We are live. Welcome to the Cabana. Just a quick intro because I have a feeling that this discussion could go for a while tonight. We got two great crypto investing minds on the show. I'm just so excited to actually happen to work out that both of them could be together, at the same time on the same show, exchanging ideas. So it's going to be awesome. First, let's get him on here. Dave, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. We're waiting for Litecoin Moses, just checking in with you. I don't know what you've been up to while we're waiting on Moses.
Oh, just loving crypto. It's been exciting. I mean, it's to the point I usually feel like I'm keeping up, and that's like my full-time job, and I'm like, whew, it's crazy. But I've downsized my scope of knowledge, so I can keep up. But yeah, I don't know. It's fun and loving it. And and it's running, which is good. Ren, I was in early in Ren. Hallelujah.
Yeah, I remember seeing one of your videos on that. I think it was like 4 cents or something, maybe below.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, like around 5 cents. It was there for a while. I usually don't like getting into anything before it launches, but this thing, I liked it because I had confidence, but also nobody was talking about it.
Right.
So I love that. And TBTC, also supposed to bring Bitcoin on Ethereum. Everybody was talking about that one. And I kept saying, what about Ren? What about Ren? And then sure enough, TBTC goes down for the count. I mean, maybe not for the count, but went down. Bad launch, had to take it offline and redo stuff. And then Ren quietly launched and immediately killing it. Unbelievable. Like $100 million in Bitcoin in already, like in a couple months.
Yeah, I think we've been kind of spoiled. I think you alluded to it there a second ago. It's like we've had a really nice bull run, and we've had this pullback, and I see some people like starting to get really skeptical now. And it's like, well, nothing goes straight up. So these things are, the way I see it is they're healthy. Like if you zoom out on a chart over the course of years, there's going to be dips, and in a bull market, that's when you got to get in. Otherwise, you're going to be left behind for the next run.
But you better be skeptical. If you're not skeptical, you're doing something wrong. Like these people who cry FUD, like it's all, I always joke, they need tissues, to wipe their tears. Like if you don't have uncertainty or doubt, you're not researching. Like there's doubt. I love Ren, but there's a lot of things that could go wrong and may go wrong, and I may have wrong, or something else could come from out of nowhere. And right now, fees are high on Ethereum. This DeFi, I mean, I don't know, if we want to do this in a show, one of the things I'm thinking about lately is fees got really high. You're seeing the transactions, like DeFi on layer 1 may be played out here. And we may sit here until applications are able to move to level 2 because it's maxed out. It's too expensive with the fees. So maybe we had a run, and maybe it does go down a little and sit here for 6 months until applications launch on layer 2. Which could happen in 2 months or might not happen for a year. When is Uniswap on level 2 able to do thousands of transactions a second for a penny? When that happens, we're definitely running, but I don't know. Are they even working on it?
And I don't want to get to ETH yet because that would kind of be towards the end in the grand finale.
How do you talk about crypto without mentioning ETH?
I know.
Sorry for something else.
With the fees, what's your take on that? Is it bullish Ethereum that these fees go up, or is it bullish, say, I want to say the interoperability tokens like a Cosmos and Polkadot? Does it benefit the whole ecosystem there? Is it just bad because people are like, oh my gosh, these fees are terrible, so OMG is doing its business with Tether? What's your take on that situation?
Well, I don't know if you heard the Yogi Berra joke. No one goes to that club anymore. It's too crowded, right? Which, obviously doesn't make sense in a way. And, no one uses Ethereum anymore. The fees are too high. I mean, it's a good problem to have. It means it's maxed out. And we've seen this when, you know, everybody watching this, I'm sure, is too young to remember when PCs came out. It was always Intel would come out with its computer, and every application would upgrade for that computer, and the PC everything would work, but it would just be too slow. Then Intel would come out with a fast computer. We're like, everything's going to be fast, but then every program immediately upgraded, and everything was slow. And, you know, the internet, it was like, oh my God, it's going to crash because they invented email. And then they made it so it could handle email. But it was like, now people are sending pictures. That's going to crash it. It's always, so I think we'll see that with Ethereum. It'll always just fill up the space, which is a good thing. It's also good because it now is forcing people. Everyone's like, oh yeah, we're moving to layer 2. Now people are like, we're moving, how do we get to layer 2 tomorrow? So it's incentivizing moving in the right direction. You know, as far as other chains having an opportunity, I mean, maybe. I just, you know, I'm a wait and see on all these, anything else having any activity other than on Ethereum. If something happens, it'll be great. I mean, people sort of talk about Cosmos, like maybe there's going to be some users, maybe. I don't know. So I don't know. And this might help them if they can sort of get a ball rolling. And how long does it take? And we're not waiting for ETH 2.0. It's layer 2 is up and running. It's just an upgrade. Like Compound, they have to, you know, Uniswap was Uniswap. Then they had everybody move to Uniswap version 2. Now they're going to need to move everybody to Uniswap version 3. You know, all the tech is there. They just have to build it. So it's not, we don't need layer 2. But if it takes a long time and Cosmos is actually, you know, things can actually launch today, but still, I don't know. They all seem so far behind. I just don't worry at this point until we see something. I'm not good at predicting when things are going to happen. I'm good at noticing things that are happening today and things that are happening today that people aren't recognizing. You know, that is sort of my thing. Determining when. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just an ongoing discussion because I think, say 2-3 years ago, you would have, say, a Tron was dubbed as an ETH killer. And, you know, we've heard a few of these come along over the years, but nowadays in 2020, I hear more talk about a Cosmos or a Polkadot as kind of like a bridge in a sense, as opposed to a killer. Like there's stuff being built on them, but they can also handle some of the ETH load, you know, due to scalability issues and whatnot. So I think it's an ongoing thing. And
I think any chain too that is successful will be, a lot of their success will be based on the fact that they're so intertwined and interconnected with Ethereum. The odds of some chain just not connected to Ethereum creating all this value and activity without you know, like you said, being a sort of a spoke off of Ethereum. Yeah. So what's going on? Is Litecoin Moses coming?
He's coming. He's it's a running joke and with some of his shows that he's 5-10 minutes late every now and then.
He's putting on his makeup. He sees how good looking I am.
No, I can't wait to get him here because yeah, we got the whole list to run through, but I'm just trying to think of some topics just in general. One of the ones that you covered on your channel recently, and I guess a great time to get your take on it. So feel free while we're waiting on Litecoin, because I'm definitely not an expert on this stuff. It's kind of like the governance tokenry that's going on right now. Like in Ampleforth, you did a video on that, and I will flat out admit I don't necessarily understand it to a T. I do understand that it is kind of different because, you know, the success of it is kind of based on market cap as opposed to the actual price. So could you get a quick explainer in there? And I think Litecoin's coming on here any second. So go ahead.
Yeah, Ampleforth is just an experiment in a new way to use a coin instead of price. When adoption grows, instead of price going up, the supply of the token grows uniformly for everyone. It's really hard sort of to wrap your head around a lot of it and even figure out what are the use cases. I like it because it's unique and it's different. It's decentralized. There's no governance. So if there's a use case And that's something that no one else does. So I like it for those reasons. So, but I don't know if it's
Cabana.
Hello.
Yeah, man. What's up? Welcome.
Sorry, I was a little bit late. I was just coming back from work and everything. So yeah, just hopping in.
No, I figured, man, 8:40 Eastern and 5:40 Pacific is kind of pushing it for you historically, but all good, man. Glad you're here. We're just, I don't know, talking some general crypto. Dave, Litecoin, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Nice to meet you.
Dude, I'm a big fan, Dave. Dude, I've been watching your stuff for like a long ass time, dude. Like,
really?
You were like, you were the first person to ever I was searching around for someone talking about Stellar Lumens. I couldn't find anyone, and then I came across your channel, and I was just started watching all your stuff, and I was like, holy crap! And then I've been following you for like years, man.
Oh, thank you. So,
that's right.
I looked up you today a little bit, but I don't know. I try to follow so few people. I look for people. Yeah. There are a few that I think are experts. That's all I watch, and mostly I follow Twitter. I get to do my reading from Twitter. But, anyways, good to meet you, and thank you for watching.
No, for sure, man. I know you were talking about wait, did you get out of your position? Like, did you sell your Stellar Lumens, or did you keep a little bit of it?
Yeah, I don't like to talk buy and sell. I have portfolio recommendations. I reduced my recommendations. When the bear started in 2018, I was like, we need to run to Bitcoin, increase your allocation to Bitcoin and lower. I mean, my Stellar at one point, it was like, it was like 70% of my portfolio.
Yeah.
Okay, this is stupid. This is before I was really rigorous about portfolio allocation. And I'm looking at it and go, okay, so much of my wealth is tied up in this little thing. So it made sense to reduce it. And I made a video, I think it was in September 2019. I called it my Stellar capitulation, when I just said, I'm not holding any of this anymore. I'm not recommending it at all until it, I don't know if you've seen the videos, but they're trying to launch something that goes viral in Latin America, sort of wallet. You have to see something go viral and have some big adoption on Stellar, and then figure out why any of that would accrue to the token. And so it seems so far away to me as being something I like now. I still love Jed McCaleb. I still think the network will find a niche. It's just, as far as me holding the token right now, I sort of officially allocated 0% in your portfolio recommendation as of September. But I still make videos about it because a lot of people know me just from Stellar, because I was early on it, and it was like the best token of the year in 2017, and like I was talking about it all the time, and so I was Mr. Stellar. So hopefully I become Mr. Ren now. I think it's my new. Well, we'll see if it keeps running, but.
Well, you have like a 10x in Ren right now?
Yeah, 10x. And usually, at 10x, you start to think, we might be over here, But looking at it, we're just getting started. So that looks good to me.
And I mentioned just in our chat real quick today, you have a take on ChainX, which is kind of like Polkadot's version of a Ren. It seems like, they have a lot of Bitcoin tied up there, but the valuation's a lot less than Ren. But
how much Bitcoin? You're saying Bitcoin is locked in ChainX?
Like PCX, I believe. I'll have to look it up, but overall, your thoughts on say?
Well, I looked at it briefly. It looked like it's one of these things. It's coming. It actually launched, and there's actual Bitcoin locked into the system that you can move around on Polkadot or something? I mean, do you know?
Pretty sure. We can pull that up. Litecoin, you there, man? All right. Well, oh no, he's on mute anyway. All right. Well, we can discuss that later, because actually Ren is on our list here. Actually, it'll be a while because it's moved so much up in market cap. Nice call. 50 now. Wow. All right. So yeah, we'll wait on Litecoin here. Yeah, so everybody's in the house tonight. We're wait for Litecoin to get situated, but gonna be an easy night for me, I guess, because these guys have so much knowledge that they can bounce back and forth off of each other and share with you guys. This is going to be awesome. I cannot wait. First coin I wanted to bring up, I'll wait for Litecoin to get back because I think he's got a lot to say on it, but we'll bring him back here. I think he just dropped out. He's getting his connection set. Let's see. So while we wait to get started in the top 100, any take on just the whole, the yield farming movement, I guess, just blanket it. Is it just this come and go kind of thing? Is it here to stick around? It just seems like
two things. One is that I think there's two things. I think you're talking about the second one. The first thing is DeFi as the theme that everyone is excited about and wants to invest in.
Right.
That's
and then the yield farming.
The other is specifically this yield farming phenomena with all the vegetable names. Is that the one you're talking about? You want me to talk about?
Yams and all that stuff.
Yeah. So first of all, a thing about myself I find is that I like to go into these, what most people would call super risky, crazy space. And then within that space, I am super conservative, right? So as far as yield farming, all I'm interested in is, first of all, I put a little bit, if I have X amount of ETH, take 25% of that, put it in MakerDAO, and then borrow with way too much collateral some DAI. So I'm getting some DAI for free. DAI to me is the most trusted dollar token, or Italian USDC I like, but lock that up in Compound, which is the oldest, and I don't know these days whether it's the biggest, certainly one of the biggest lending platforms, in order to earn interest plus the comp token. That pays like 10% and sometimes spikes higher. So for me, I like to be in, that's the absolute safest way to do yield farming in the oldest applications that are trusted. I know what they are, these things, and we're not going to have any problems. And the yield to me, I'm looking at dollars earning 10 or more %. I like it. That's the only yield farming I do. All this other stuff may be wonderful. Like you can get this % on like Aave, right? It's huge now. You can get probably a higher %. But this thing launched, like whether it launched, it just became huge all of a sudden a few months ago. Yeah. You've got flash loans, which I can barely understand what the hell those are and what the implications are. I don't understand how this whole thing works. I'm not putting any money in Aave. Now, a year from now, Aave may be still the biggest and the best, and now I understand it better, and it's been a year, and it's like, okay, now I trust it. So a lot of these yield, like Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi is like there's two things. One is people just running around for the latest and greatest thing with the highest interest rate. The other is programs that automatically run around and move your money to the highest interest rate. I'm not looking for the highest yield. I'm looking for absolutely no chance that I'm going to lose my money at a good yield. So, I don't play that game. But meanwhile, all these things are happening, and one of them is probably awesome. One of the programs is awesome. Some other, lending or, yielding protocol other than Compound is probably awesome. But when I see that a year or two from now, then I'll put my money there. So I think a lot of stuff is super risky. Sometimes when it's free money, like the yams, I thought, okay, the staking is safe and they're going to give me free yams. So I put a little bit in there. I'm going to get free money. It was like Hex. He gave me free money with my Bitcoin. I'll take his free thing. I'm not buying any, but I'll take it. People, if it looks safe to get free money, I can do that, but I'm just like too busy. I'm tired. I got 2 kids. I'm doing homeschooling. I don't need to be running around with the high, slow fees, moving yams into, whatever other vegetable might be around. It's craziness. It's all not for me.
So Dave, so you just to kind of, because I just came in late. So you basically, you try to earn money on your USDC on like Compound?
Yeah. So Compound's the only one I want to lock money in. USDC, I've been in Coinbase for a long time. I trust them. They have and I trust Coinbase today. If the world starts going sideways and the government's coming after banks and I don't know, I may change my mind, but right now, USDC, I think they're going to honor that for $1. And then they are also, Coinbase is also working with Compound, like they like Compound. And then so I'm like, and otherwise my money sits in Bank of America earning 0, right? Or E-Trade earning 0. So I like to earn an interest. And then with the selling off comp, and it spiked a couple of weeks ago, all of a sudden the interest rate in USDC was like 10%, So I like DAI and USDC on Compound. I like holding DAI. I noticed that when there's a panic, the price of DAI goes up. I love things that if the world's coming to an end, it's a good thing to hold. And so too bad we keep losing him. He's hating his connection there. If the world's going sideways, I think DAI holds its value. I think interest rates on Compound go up. One thing that could happen is your money could get stuck in Compound for a number of reasons for a little while. So also I'm not putting all my dollars. I have some, and I have more dollars waiting in Coinbase, and I got more in Bank of America if I need them, but to have some money earning that yield, I think is a great. I love it.
Yeah, I think you did a video on it, didn't you?
Yeah, I think in my last round of videos, I did one just talking about it. And MakerDAO with 0% interest rate to earn the 10%. I mean, okay. I mean, it's just, for someone who doesn't know this stuff, and I tell this to people who are very smart and they listen to me and they're like, you're crazy. Like, what do but it's like, I know I've been watching these things and I'm not putting all my money. And I've been, it's been up for a year with a lot of money. So I trust it. I don't know where we lost you on that, but.
I'm just phasing in and out. I don't know, but I heard the whole Compound. I heard everything you said on Compound, at least. Yeah. No, Compound's cool and everything. I just rather, like me, I am earning interest right now on stablecoins, but I'm earning it on like Celsius right now.
Well, Celsius.
And what better time to get to our first coin on my list? Nice segue. Go for it.
Right. So, what is there something you want to know about it, or have you ever experienced anything with that?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Celsius is not. So I'm all, if you've seen me for a while, I'm all about decentralized.
Right.
Celsius is not a decentralized application. It's not a smart contract platform. It's a fractional reserve bank. You got to trust. Alex
Lachinsky. Yeah.
God bless you. You need to trust him. You need to trust the system and fractional reserve banking. One of the things I said, maybe when you were off, is I love, especially these days, I always think, what if shit's hitting the fan, the Fed can't bail us out, everybody's running for exits? What keeps working? A fractional reserve system freezes up and you lose all your money.
Right.
Compound will be, the interest rates, money will come back. They have the collateral. You won't lose your money. So Celsius has that risk of just complete failure, and you need to trust humans. So I wouldn't even get near it. Also, I looked at the interest rate because Cabana mentioned talking about this, and the interest rate on DAI and USDC looked like it was around 10%. So I'm like, I'm earning the same thing on Compound,
right, for
what I consider to be much less risk. And it's not. I feel like Celsius, honestly, it's like. Crypto, it's about decentralization. It's about the smart contract.
Right.
Why are you trusting a fractional reserve?
Well, it's not. Well, at least not Celsius. Celsius is not fractional reserve, but I wouldn't say the same for maybe like BlockFi or Nexo, which they do run a reserve on that because they do allow you to take. So imagine I go to BlockFi with $10,000 worth of USDC. I could then borrow $20,000, $30,000 on that 10,000 as collateral.
So on Celsius, I just looked at the website and said it was like 800 million in assets and 8 billion in loans. So I'm like, okay, so I don't know why they would even be bragging about that. That looks like they've loaned out 8 billion, but they only have 800 million.
They may be what they're probably doing is saying what's the total amount of money they've actually loaned out or something. But the way they end up doing loans is you do the biggest loan that they end up giving you is 50% LTV loan, which is just essentially I bring $10,000 to them and I take a $5,000 loan. That's what. In
a different token or the same token?
It depends if you want it in the same token or it's either option, but most people end up choosing a stable coin.
So
to get paid.
in other words, okay, so it's non-fractional. So if I deposit DAI there,
yes,
they will loan it out, but not to exceed the person's collateral, whoever is borrowing it.
Exactly. Yeah. And then I mean, I just like the rates. I just like kind of like the rates and stuff. It's real low rate. And
I know the rates are higher, or yeah, they do seem to pay more, but it, yeah, listen, you know, to me, it's like, my thing is to go to what couldn't be done before,
right,
and is like eliminating humans, the need for trusting humans, and runs on autopilot. I love, you know, pools where the price is set based on an algorithm. Like, I don't know how exactly how Celsius sets their interest rate, and maybe they do that too.
Well, the way so what they do is they lend the coins out to institutions that need money, or just big players and stuff. So let's just say someone wants to move some money from here to here. They borrow, you know, let's just say 100 BTC. Every institution that borrows money from them has to give them collateral down. So either more than likely, let's just say they need Bitcoin to do a trade. They put that equal amount, or probably even more, twice the amount in like cash with them in order to get the Bitcoin out. Because if, let's just say, the trade goes bad, then they have the cash there, and then all parties are fine at that point. But the loans aren't for very long. Usually I think the loans are for like a month or 2 months or something like that at the most.
Right.
But the way they end up doing their loans, how they pay it out, is that they give 80% of the profits of the loans to the consumer, and then they keep 20% of profits. That's the only money they make, is off of the like profits. If they're not I mean, yeah, they only make that 20%. There's no fees anywhere. Like a lot of the times, let's just say when you get liquidated on something like a Nexo or something, there's a liquidation fee for getting liquidated, which is like pretty freaking crazy if you think about it. You just got liquidated, and then you get a fee, and there's like all these weird like sort of things. Like the reason I also like them too is like I'm able to take my money out at any time without a fee. And like if you actually use something like crypto.com or Nexo or BlockFi, there's some other players and stuff too, you get there's kind of like a holding period where you, like, if you want the better rate, you have to leave your money there for 6 months to get that really nice, awesome advertised rate where all the rates are the same for the richest person to the poorest person and stuff in the.
Well, those are things, you know, Compound has. You can take your money at any time. The fee is just the transaction fee.
The transaction fee, I'm guessing, is what, like in ETH, I guess, because I've never wanted to really play around with Compound until we got tested.
I mean, you know, I found that 4 to 6 p.m. you know, West Coast time, it's like the best rates, but it would be $20. I mean, you know, which is high compared to what it was, but I'm doing enough money that I don't mind the $20.
Right. So are you just kind of like tiptoeing it, trying to like figure out how it works, or you actually are putting like at least a little size of your portfolio, in your cash reserve portfolio?
Yeah, you know what? Let me just look at what the current percent is. I'm curious. I was just thinking about it, and then let's see.
Because
USDC, 10% of my dollars is in USDC and Compound.
Got it.
And so DAI, I've also borrowed some DAI at 0% interest from MakerDAO. So if you subtract that out, total DAI is about 6%. But I think if you take what I borrowed, it might be closer to 10% is in DAI on Compound. So 20% of my dollars is in it. And, you know.
That's not terrible.
I'm comfortable with that. No.
Yeah, I'm roughly the same of the stablecoins that I have. I'm only holding like USDC and some Tether. That's it that I have a little bit on there. Earning
Tether scares me. I feel like the government could attack Tether. You know, it might survive. It might do fine. I don't know what'll happen, but you know, it's got a big market cap, and they could just really just come at it and cause problems.
Right. I mean, I have to agree with you on at least the Tether front. Like I have been saying that for a while as well. Like there is always an attack vector on Tether. That's and
then you won't see it coming. You'll wake up one morning and go, shit, it's at 80 cents.
Yeah. And if I had to choose points, which was probably going to be around, it's probably USDC. I mean, I've been saying it's like Fed coin for fucking ever.
Yeah.
Like really, I mean, but I'm more skittish. I'm more scared about DAI than anything else of all the stable coins in terms of just like what something could happen like that.
Well, I'll tell you what got me on DAI, and I spent time thinking about it and then watching it when its price is high. And I was thinking, what is DAI? Actually, this David Hoffman phrased it well. He called it ETH I can't remember how he phrased it. I love the way he phrased it. Something like taking the volatility out of Ethereum is what DAI is. It's or volatility reduced ETH. Right. So what DAI is, it's backed by a lot of Ethereum. So if I'm holding DAI and it's losing its peg and it's having problems and the thing's going to hell, then what happens is they'll just return ETH to me. So in other words, if it's going to hell, I'm going to end up with Ethereum. But if that happens, we've gone through a hell of a crash. I'm getting my dollar value of ETH when ETH has already crashed. So it's at a very good value of ETH. So I feel like that's pretty safe. I have my dollar, and worst case scenario, after ETH crashes, I get that amount in Ethereum. And, listen, maybe I don't want more Ethereum at that point, but you know what? I like it. It's a good diversification. And
the person who foots the bill on that is the people who hold Maker, right?
Well, theoretically, so there's more, the minimum is $150 of ETH to back 100 in DAI. So if it's crashing and it's falling below, there should be enough ETH to cover all the DAI. If there isn't enough ETH.
So there's basically like a 66% like LTV basically on it, kind of roughly. Yeah, roughly.
Better than mine, but and then Maker is supposed to make up the rest of it, which the Maker token, I don't see much value in it. And in that scenario, the Maker token goes to zero. I'm not sure how much, I shouldn't say zero, but the Maker token is going to be shit. I don't know how much bailout you get from that either, but it is backed by like Andreessen and a lot of big pockets, and they don't want this thing to go to hell. So they would, they would probably want to make us whole. So,
but that's the same kind of argument I've heard for fucking Ample, man. Like,
totally. There's no collateral for Ample.
There's no collateral for Ample, but it's like a sort of thing where like this institution's in this coin, and this so is this, and then Harvard. If you look at their fucking website, man, oh my god.
I know. Yeah, Ample. I don't know that. It's all about adoption. If they're partners with, but I hate this word partners. It's because it's so big. But if they get adoption, then you'll gain value. If it doesn't get adoption, it won't. And I don't know how you even predict that it will. I started playing with it. I think it's interesting. And I'm going to make a video on my next round of videos, how I'm now thoroughly confused because my money's locked in this geyser. I don't know how to figure it. I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
I bought a little bit. I just bought a little bit. I made some money on it, and sold out and then bought back in. But it's just been doing terrible lately. It's
everybody's like, and I fell for that. I usually am smarter than this, but I didn't know about the market. I looked at the wrong things because I sort of got screwed up. It was, people are complaining it's going down. If you look at the market cap history, it was like, first of all, it was at like 1 million for quite a while.
Yeah, forever. No one knew about it.
And then it was at 10 million for a few minutes. And then it went to 600 million. So it was like a 30x move. It's now, people are like, oh, now it's down to 100 million. So now it's only up 10x. It's actually doing awesome. It's just, all of us got excited and bought it a month ago when it was at 300 million. But it's actually not doing badly if you look at it long term. Now, will they have enough, so now it maybe settles at 100 million market cap for a while, and then some other adoption thing goes and it goes to 200 million. That's how the story works. But right now, people are negative on it. It just got in too late, and I bought some 2 weeks ago,
No, I didn't buy a big bag. I just bought, literally, I'll tell you, I bought like $60 originally, just because I was playing around with it. I wanted to see the mechanism of how it what happens when it goes above $1, what happens when it goes below $1, but market cap's actually going up or something, because it's this weird thing where it has all these different, almost like 6 or 7 scenarios, essentially. I had to write them out on a piece of paper to figure out the scenario. So market cap going up, but price down because of selling. And then there's weird parts where the market cap goes up and stuff, but then it gets sold. And then it's this weird equilibrium zone where
it's hard to follow, and then lock it into Uniswap. And I like to watch that. But I can't even see what's going on in Uniswap, and then with the geyser, and it's like, I don't even know how to keep track of what I have here. It's and again, I did a little bit for me too, which it was more than 60, probably more than I needed to, but for an experiment. But I can't make heads or tails of the thing. But I like the theory. Theoretically, It's like there's never been a token like it. It does different things. Maybe there'll be a use case, and it's early. It's interesting.
I mean, Richard had a pretty interesting take on it, where he was saying that basically it's like, imagine having a basically a long and a short at the same time open. Like that's kind of what it is. When it's going up, you are making tons of cash. When it goes down, you're losing tons of cash. But it's pretty interesting when he says it's like almost like having like a 3x long and
it's weird, and but that's supposed to keep it stable in a way. You know, it's like when it goes down, the price is going down, and they're taking your tokens away, and somehow it's supposed to, it's also maybe it's like a ball, that bounce, and these bounces are huge, and then someday it's going to settle at $1 and not be so wild, maybe. But I don't know. Yeah.
But I mean, the one thing he did say, which I kind of agree on, it's like it's a great token for like exchanges to make fees on, that people trading in between back and forth out of the token because of the price fluctuations and stuff. So it's like they're just, I mean, the exchanges are just like more evil hand sanitizer, make it all the little fees and stuff they're making. But I mean, I'm at least glad that there's like new stuff coming out. Like they're trying to, but like it is some kind of I mean, I do get a little angry sometimes when they call some stuff scams and other things not scams, when like a lot of these supply is already held by like such a small percentage of people anyway, but I mean, it was at 1 million and it went to like 600, like you said. So it's like, of course,
And people are posting here comments about how Uniswap, it takes away your liquidity. So Uniswap, I finally figured out how it worked because I put a little shitcoin in and a little bit of ETH and watched it, and I realized your value stays even. So if the price of your token goes down, but the value needs to stay even, then you get more of the shit token that's going down, and you have less of your ether. At my hands, I don't know how to use.
Yeah.
So that's what happens. If the token you have goes down, you get more of it, and you're losing your ETH, and then it goes the other way too. And that's how Uniswap works. People are like, oh, it's going down, and you're losing your ETH. Again, it's sort of this multiplier pain effect, like you were saying. Right. When this thing goes down and you're locked in, you're losing all over the place. And then if it goes up, you make you
make a killing. Yeah, you make a killing. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I guess people are just afraid. Like, I guess people just think maybe that it's like, okay, I have 10 ether here and I added my 10 ether to the pool. But no, you also have to have that equal amount in that token to put that into the pool, basically. And yeah, what people are afraid of is probably like that some giant whale goes in there and just like, obviously he's gonna get tons of slippage, and then takes like, I don't know, 60% of your ETH or something.
I think just the price has been going down, so you've been losing your ETH for that.
I'm just saying on average on any token. This could be on any token on Uniswap.
Oh, Uniswap. People make money in general on Uniswap, and some of it I've been surprised how you would think, because I think they said like Ethereum versus DAI, which Ethereum obviously goes up more than DAI, right?
Right.
The traders have made money in the long run. Like, I'm like, really? Wow. In the short run, you can have issues, but it's actually been working out. So Uniswap usually seems to be working out. That's another thing where it's just not for me. I can't, I'm not a trader. That's not my game, but it's good to understand how these things work. So.
Agreed. Mine either. I'm, kind of a holder long-term kind of guy, and my portfolio reflects it, but we're having these conversations about these coins in the top 100 because they got to start somewhere, and some of them could very well end up in the top 50, top 25, top 10. So
I feel like there's really right now, especially on YouTube, there's such little like middle ground where like you're either a guy like you're almost like either an ETH maxi or a BTC maxi, or you only talk about the top 10, and then there's people that are just full on the shit coins. I mean, on page 4 or 5 of like Coin Market Cap or something, and there's like not that many people talking about like, hey, there's stuff right here that's really good, but it's still like getting adoption,
Yeah. Well, speaking of, I had on your list, Moses, Ocean Protocol. You want to get into that one?
Oh yeah, yeah.
What's it called?
Ocean Protocol.
Ocean.
It's a pretty interesting sort of thing, and basically what it is, it's basically like a plugin. So any of these dexes out here that so let's just say you have like an IDEX or you have like a Uniswap or something. Uniswap or IDEX could just link themselves to Ocean Protocol, and then you can just trade Litecoin into any RC20 token, or Bitcoin into RC20 tokens, or Tron, or I mean, literally, it opens up like operability between a bunch of tokens for dexes, which is really cool.
Are you saying so it can bring? I mean, that's sort of like a Ren type of thing. Is that what you're saying? That you
well, sort of in a way. So this is a Polkadot token. This is one of the coins on Polkadot, and because I'm not sure how does Ren exactly work, because Ren's actually one of the tokens I don't know much about, to say the truth.
Well, Ren, you could take your BC, you lock it into the Ren protocol. It sort of creates a private key and then sends that out over these nodes to hide it. And then it gives you a Ren BTC.
So it wraps it.
If at any point you want, and then you can trade it and say, I can give it to you, I can send it to you, whatever. And then you can take it at any point and go back to the Ren machine, the Ren VM, and it'll give you back a Bitcoin on the other side. You know, you can go back. So it's sort of, it locks up the Bitcoin, gives you an ERC20 Bitcoin, and then you can at any point take the Ethereum Bitcoin and unlock the real Bitcoin, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah, as long as you're kind of holding the ticket or the virtual version of that, once it gets traded out, then you can just go back to the Ren machine and get the BTC out unwrapped.
Yeah, you create Ren BTC on Ethereum,
right,
and anyone can take that Ren BTC and unwrap.
Okay, on this one, there's like it basically does that, except you never even touch. No one actually sees the Ren BTC. It's just basically like a user would just literally just trade like their Bitcoin into I don't know, let's just say like DAI, and they would just get their DAI, and that's it. Like they wouldn't even have to even wrap anything.
So they can't have then Litecoin on this other system. They can just trade. They can trade it from the Litecoin network, or don't they have to put it on, or it just interacts natively with the?
It basically kind of like it kind of just yeah out of the DeFi crap. There's some really
come on.
No, there's gonna be a lot of failures in DeFi for sure, because they're experimenting. But there is going to be some good out of DeFi. I mean, there just is. I mean, like, you know, I know there's a bunch of people who lost a lot of money on some of the ICOs, but there were some good projects coming out of the ICOs. I mean, it's the same thing, kind of like the 2001 tech boom. You know, like we had things like Amazon survive, but I know a lot of people did lose a lot of money when that thing blew up. I mean,
yeah, I mean, people like how Amazon sat for like 10 years underwater before it came back. But in DeFi, we already have winner. You know, Uniswap is amazing. It's just a smart contract, no token. The run rate on the volume is like 40 billion a year. This compound finance, there's a lot of apps with $100 million locked up doing things that could never be done before. And some might not be, you know, there's a lot of crap popping up now, but this movement is for real. It's and it's awesome.
Right.
I see myself lagging a little speed-wise. Is that? Yeah. Do you notice that?
Yeah, you are lagging a little bit.
Okay, I thought that was me for a second. That's why I was like,
"There's something I should do to fix that?"
No, I mean you go out for a little bit and then you catch right back up. So you're caught up right now, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I mean, you can go out and come back in.
Yeah, I mean I just closed a bunch of tabs and browsers and stuff, and that kind of helped my lag out a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe when I went to this Ocean protocol.
Yeah, okay. Actually, I think it did start around that time. Yeah.
It's running Ethereum, that's why. No.
All right. We touched on Ocean there. Moving up the list, I just had this one marked down.
Which one?
Just Engine. And I think not really Engine. I'm not really too interested in that unless you guys are. But just in terms of a theme for gaming, you know, it's like, oh, first it's going to be DeFi. At least things you hear and read. Right. DeFi first, and then gaming's going to be like the next thing. You see Engine fitting into that at all, or it's like the only thing out there that people kind of go to that has the gaming kind of thing associated with it, or is there something else out there that could actually get into that, because whenever that does happen, I think that market's going to be huge. And Moses, I think, well, not mistaken, you're pretty big into Decentraland too, right?
Yeah, well, right. Well, at least what's going on with Decentraland and what Decentraland's planning to do, because they're really suffering right now because of the gas fees, that they're gonna put some of their transactions on the Matic blockchain, which is just a lot faster. And then the way, at least they explained it to me, is that they're going to make a copy, sort of like when they make these transactions on the Matic blockchain, that it's just kind of like they're just making some sort of a different block that's condensed down information, and then just putting that on an Ethereum block later on throughout the day or something. So it's like they maybe instead of doing a bunch of like 10 or 20 transactions, 10 or 20 transactions an hour, they just put all those transactions on one block in that hour on Ethereum and stuff. But then it's you're using Matic to pay the gas fees or something to move in between.
Yeah. So all these, so many applications. So we have all these DeFi things that were great and you're making a lot of money, and gaming is coming, and building. But now everything, just the fees got too high for anybody working on layer 1. It's like you're frozen now. So now everybody has to move to layer 2. So gaming hasn't really picked up to a point that it's like big money yet.
Right.
And now they're in the, like everybody right now is like, oh shit, we have to rewrite everything on some second layer solution. So there's Matic is one, and there's like, what was the one I just heard? Sharkwave. I don't even know what the hell it is. These optimistic rollups. There's like 10 different ways. OMG, Tether moving to OMG, and like, which one's the best? Or maybe there'll be 10 different ones that are good, or who knows? But it's like, nothing's going to be that. I mean, like Uniswap is successful, so it will continue where it is. But I feel like everybody's sort of, wherever you were, it's like you're running a race, and then someone did a freeze gun, and everyone's stuck where they were, and they're still sort of moving, but it's like that, we're frozen.
It's really bad
until you can get your layer 2 to melt your ice, and then you can start running again.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I mean, I wouldn't see gaming going like obviously if all the prices are, it's kind of like the raising, like if Bitcoin and everything else just starts launching, obviously the gaming, those games tokens would go up as well. Not as much probably, but still would go up pretty good. But then from there, like, yeah, until we get either Matic on Decentralized and stuff, like, dude, everything, at least from what I've seen, unless someone's making a transaction over a couple $100, then the gas fee doesn't matter. It's like, cool, yeah, I'll pay that $20 hit, or $5 or $15 or $5, whatever it is for the ETH cost. But for the small items, and if, like, you can literally buy like a digital shirts in these games that you own, which are like, let's just say this shirt is one of 100. Then you would pay the fee, right? But then the gas fee would be probably equal to like a 55% tax. And for most people, like, no, that's not worth it. And it's killed that entire side, which was really profitable, actually. Kind of sucks.
And, I was optimistic about Gods Unchained too. Looked like
that's a great game. That's a great game.
It looked like a no-brainer. Like,
was that the Loom?
It was going a little. Yeah. Do you not know about what is it? It's what's the game called?
Gods Unchained, or which?
Yeah, but copying the famous game. That's what's it called? The card.
Magic the Gathering.
Magic the Gathering. Yeah, it's
right. Yeah.
Ethereum, you own your card, but and they were sort of getting slowed down with issues of functionality, anyways. And now with all this, they're probably like, oh shit, we have to move everything to a layer 2, and so now they're stuck. So the gaming is just.
I could have you guys do an interview with. So there's a guy I follow that his name is Matty, DCL blogger. He is probably one of the biggest whales in this entire industry when it comes to like these cards and these NFTs and stuff and everything. And I came across him and stuff. He was the guy who got me into Decentraland, and he has a lot of Gods Unchained cards and knows a lot of influential people in this space. I mean, yeah, he was on stage. He was on stage. With like Barry Silbert and everything as well, talking, because Barry Silbert has an investment in Decentraland, and they have a lot of money, like kind of put down like privately with their own money into a lot of these, like Sandbox is another one you should probably look into as well. It's probably going to, if Decentraland is Coke, then probably Sandbox is going to be Pepsi, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and for me though, I love money and finance, just philosophically, as well as just economics. I majored in economics, and I think it's a much bigger number. If you look right now at banking and finance and gaming. Banking and finance is a bigger number. But if you're into, or like the other thing is I'm old and boring, you know, if you actually play these games and you enjoy it, so then you really know, like, and I like going on and I learn, you know, I converted some BTC to WBTC on Ren, and I do that stuff, but I'm not going to go and play Gods Unchained and Decentraland. I remember what was that 3D game that was out, Second Life? Remember that thing?
Yeah.
I played with that a little bit when it came out, and I was like, you know what? It's like, maybe it's something. I was going to use it to promote my business. I was like, I hate this thing. This is not fun for me. So it might be awesome, and there's people who like it. And I'm not saying I hate it, it's bad. I'm saying whatever. I'm too busy to play games. I play Candyland with my daughters. That's my game. You know.
So when are you going to get them into Monopoly?
Yeah, we have a little kid Monopoly we play, you know.
Nice.
They always want to play games, you know. That's what I play.
So I think you would really enjoy. So there's a website called OpenSea. That's where actually all the transactions are really done on about all these trading the cool thing about NFTs is like they're limited supplies. That's the cool economics part of it, which I play into, because this is the same thing. I used to play these games and then I just would fall in love with the money side of the game. So I would play like World of Warcraft, and then I would just try to make the most money I could in the game and stuff. And that's a lot of game. That's the game that people end up playing these games for, is that eventually they get bored with the game, but then they find out they're really good at making money in the game. So that becomes their game. Is essentially they're just kind of gamifying the system to make money.
Is OpenSea its own? Because I know OX is trying to do stuff with trading NFTs.
Yeah.
Is OpenSea part of OX, or is it a separate competitor?
OpenSea's a separate thing. It's basically it's like they were the first superstore essentially for NFTs, and they're the biggest. They got the biggest share of the market. Was OpenSea.
Yeah, I got out of the whole decentralized exchange thing. In fact, my next videos, I'm just like, I'm done. Like I said, I feel like it's maxed out on level 1. They all have to be rewritten, and it's gotten so crazy. Who can figure out what the best exchange is, you know, in general? Like, what's good? Like OX, is it good? I don't know, unless you're a trader on the thing. And then when you start talking about people trading these NFT collectibles, unless you're deep in it, I don't know how you know what's going on. Like, dude,
I can give you a rundown of what to buy right now.
What, the NFT things, or which exchange is best?
Well, I can tell you. Well, if you're trying to look for the best prices, just go to 1inch Exchange, and it'll just give you an aggregate of like the best.
I do use that.
Yeah, you use one.
It's like the fees on that got so high too.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times, it's like I'll go to Uniswap because it's like it's close, but Uniswap will cost $4, and 1inch will cost $25 in Ethereum.
Yeah, if you're doing like if it's really doing like, it depends on how much money you're putting in, but yeah, I could see that, because it could like move your money into USDC, then move it into Ethereum, then move it into there to get you the best rate. But then the more complicated the contract is, the more higher your gas fees are. So it kind of kills the bonus pretty much.
Right. But my point was, I'm not investing in any of these things anymore. Like, I loved KNC, and now I'm like, what are they doing? You know, and then OX, I was like, oh, and it's kind of growing. I'm like, and I started thinking about it. You know, if I was a market maker in OX and then I knew what was happening, maybe I would know whether it's good or bad, but this is just like throwing darts. So.
Well, 0x, if I had to place a bet on which platform is actually going to have stocks first in crypto, it'd probably be 0x, just because of it's basically attached at the hip to like the ICE, you know, the guys who own the NASDAQ. If I had to just like put a dart on the board and say which of these cryptos is the most likely to actually list stock market in tokenized form, it would and to be 24 hours, it would probably be 0x, just because it's controlled. I mean, it's pretty much, it's owned by them. So yeah, of course. But in terms of like real estate, it's Tezos all the way. Because I did a deep dive into Tezos, and it's basically like, I thought it was going to be like they're going to try to come out with companies or some companies not listed in OTC or listed in like, I don't know, in the Canadian stock exchange, and then listed over here on like a worldwide stock exchange. But no, when I really looked into Tezos, it's a real estate play, because like almost all the money that they have committed to the platform is all real estate.
Are you saying your current live real estate listings?
No, not yet. They were supposed to come out like in March, but then all the stuff in COVID happened. so they got it got all pushed back. So their real estate listings are supposedly supposed to come out maybe like late Q1 of next year to like.
When you say listings, is it, to me, the real estate play is really when, you know, you don't have to do all those stupid forms, you know, and it's just like it's recorded on the blockchain, but you need cooperation from the state and everything.
Yes.
Otherwise, isn't it just Zillow, you know, like.
Yeah. So the first actual one that they're going to launch, it's this place out in the UK. I think it's called like Rio Plaza out in the UK, and it's basically going to be like this. It's going to be a building with 100 units. It's a big building with 100 units that's fully rented out. If they have a company out, so what ends up happening is everyone pays their rent, right? The company that's taking care of the building makes sure that it stays rented, upkept. Once all the costs are out, then the people who own the tokens on that property get paid out equally, depending on how many. I don't know the split of the tokens yet, but that's basically what they've released on it yet. And then go ahead.
Well, Realty, you know that that's on Ethereum. This they get like one home. Like in Detroit or something, and the rent, it's a similar thing. It's held in some sort of trust, and the rent goes to the token holders. And they have a few different ones of these, and you have to go through KYC, but then you can buy it on Uniswap or trade it. And there's a few of these properties.
Yes,
it works. It sounds similar, but again, see, this is why I want to wait to see if it launches, because I feel like on Ethereum, this stuff is already sort of happening. And will they have the volume on Tezos, or will it be a ghost town? I mean, maybe it.
Well, at least guaranteed listings. They got like $2.6 billion of real estate guaranteed to list already. But
wow.
They have
like one big real estate company.
A couple of them. One of them is from I think his name Damirs. They're like a real estate company, like founded in 1876 out of Germany. So they have real estate in the six biggest cities in Germany, and they're going to be listing a lot of property out there. But from what I could tell from the property, it's it looks like it's all so that company is pretty much, it's partly owned by like Mercedes-Benz, that real estate company. And that
so that's one of those things. Is like, I think somebody just posted in the comments, you know, 1 year is an eternity. Like, and I'm not sure exactly what his joke is, but if it's
next year eternity.
The point is that, like, oh, it's coming, you know, it's coming, and you're sitting there forever with your dead money. Like, right. I like to see that it came, you know,
right?
No pun intended.
Yeah, I feel like I've been like waiting forever for Tezos, and I kind of like over the past, I don't know, 2-3 months, I've gotten a little frustrated with it because it started
not
to
run. Not as much as EOS.
What's that?
Not as much as EOS.
Oh, well, I don't know. I didn't own EOS, so yeah, no thanks.
Oh man, I had to dump that coin, dude. I got so frustrated with them, dude. Like, oh my god, man.
Yeah, I felt that frustration with Tezos, so I moved some to Dot, which we can talk about later. But yeah, it's like what Nate was saying there. It's like an eternity. It's like, and what Dave was saying as well is like, okay, well, you can tell me what you're going to do, but show me what you did, kind of thing with Tezos now. And I just, you know, feel like it's coming, and you know, nothing's happened with the price, and they'll do this announcement with like a Brazilian bank or something like that, and it's like, okay, great, and then nothing for a while, and then you see all the money that's moving around on Ethereum and everything that's being built on Polkadot, kind of like real time, and it's like, okay, well, what's Tezos up to? And I understand what you're saying, because you know, the real estate thing, and you know. Yeah. They get into STOs. I mean, that's huge.
It's a huge market, but it's sort of like they're gonna have to make a deal with some exchange first. That's still gonna be the real big news, because like, sure, they'll be able to get these small listings or these random stocks, major, like a medium-sized stock in a third world country, but like, you know, they got to make a deal with either like the Canadians or the, you know, the UK stock market, or like NASDAQ, or you know, whatever, like they got to do some big deal, and then that's going to be the big news. Like, whoa, this is the thing here, and then from there, more than likely, there's going to be some thing where like they're exclusive on this platform for a couple of years, and then from there says, well, we're going to have to decentralize it, or like, you know, go like we have to open it up to a bunch of these platforms to list stocks or list STOs tokens.
Or all of a sudden it starts happening on Ethereum, and then they're like, listen, we'll list on you too, Tezos, but we're going to do it on Ethereum. you never. That's the problem with waiting, because you can. Yeah.
So let's just say I had a bunch of Apple stock, a ton of Apple stock. Could I just tokenize it on Ethereum in this? But wouldn't, even though I do technically own it, like they wouldn't be like, they can't really take that away from me from me tokenizing it and then putting it on a different market, right?
You're saying if you own Apple and you would set up some sort of like you'd lock it up and say, I have 10,000 shares of Apple, and now I've created 10,000
Apple
token, and well, there's synthetic assets already on on Ethereum. Most of them, I don't know. There might be S&P 500 synthetic assets. I haven't seen, and there's gold, and things, but I haven't seen like just Apple. The real thing that would be exciting, but I don't think we're anywhere near it, is that like, Elon Musk says, we don't want to deal with the government. But the token, the stock, we're getting rid of the stock. It's only going to be the token, which they couldn't do because it's not enough people are on it.
Right.
The actual ownership is represented on a blockchain, rather than the actual ownership is in the legacy world. And then you lock that up and you trust that they have it locked, and then they do a representation of that
token, or of that stock
of that, and then that's how people are doing it now.
It sort of sounds like what Synthetix is trying to do that a little bit as well.
Well, a lot of these synthetic things, they're not even, their collateral's not Apple. Like they may lock up Ethereum and say that we will track the price of Apple, and you can trust us because we have enough collateral that if it screws up, you have Ethereum to back it. Like, and it's not even having anything to do with Apple. It's just,
but it's tethered to a real life asset, but it's not. But it's just backed by Ethereum, basically.
Yeah, or what? Yeah, something.
Yeah.
Like that.
I think the reason a lot of people like that as well is because, if I remember right from reading about Synthetix, is that instead of we're Uniswap, or like let's just say you have an S&P 500 pool, and then you got the Nasdaq pool, and you got this pool, it's all one big pool for everything.
Yeah, Synthetix, I played with it. That company, the SNX, if we're talking about, you can usually say the word, synthetic assets, but Synthetix, that platform. Every time I used it, I found it to be a little. It's like the fees are high. Just rubbed me the wrong. I don't want to say they're shady. They seem smart. They're doing well, and the SNX keeps going up or whatever. But it's a little bit like, I don't really trust this thing. So FYI, listen, for people who, if you want to do it, it might be great. I sort of got a little heebie-jeebie with it when I used it. So.
Well, I forgot to mention one thing to you, Dave, was that one of the reasons I really like Celsius is because they're really transparent about their data. So what I'm tracking on their data, because I'm invested in their token. They have a token which I'm invested in, and it's their user rate. The amount of they have like 150,000 users that are using their app right now. And when I got in, I would say earlier this year, they had about 98,000. So they've gained a good 50,000 in this short amount of time so far.
What is the token? Why does the token accrue value?
Oh, because on the loans, right? So that 20% of profit they have. Yeah. So that 20% of the profit they have, if you choose to earn and sell. So there's two options on the margin. So you can earn BTC and earn 5% or earn 6%. 6% is actually the total amount of money they made on the loan. What they do with that extra 1% is that 1%, all the 6% gets put into buying sell token, which then gets given to you as interest. So you have automatic buys from the interest. Instead of earning in Bitcoin, you just earn in sell token. And a lot of people are choosing, like over 35% of the users are choosing to earn their interest instead of they came there to earn in Bitcoin, but they're like, oh, I really like this whole ecosystem. I like Alex. I like the company. I'd rather earn their token. So the token has a lot of buys just off of the interest. They have over $1 billion.
So wait, so the company earns profits, and they would earn the profit in the token that they're lending. So if it's Bitcoin and there's whatever, if there's $100 in loans, they make $20 in Bitcoin.
Right. Yeah, in Bitcoin. Yeah.
And that Bitcoin, well, that goes to the company. Are you saying, and then what, they give some of the Bitcoin to CeeLo, or they convert?
Okay. Let me explain. Let's just say you got $100 of profit. Let's just say every week you make $100 of Bitcoin. Whatever that is.
You mean Celsius makes $100?
Yeah, Celsius makes 100, and before they distribute to you, you choose. Do you want that $80 in profit of Bitcoin, or do you want the full $100 in Cell token? And then over 35% of people are choosing, yeah, I'd rather just get the $100 in Cell token. So there's a lot of weekly buys of Cell.
And if you got it, when you say in Bitcoin, is all the interest in Bitcoin, or they have a bunch of different tokens, and you would actually get a bunch of different tokens?
Yeah. So yeah, you get paid every token that you choose. So let's just say you have Bitcoin deposited, you get paid in Bitcoin. You earn ETH, you get paid in ETH. You get paid Litecoin, you
get paid more.
Yes.
In Celsius token.
Right.
Based on the current price of Celsius.
No, just based on the interest that you got off of Bitcoin. So all right, let me try to explain this. So I'm just trying to do the math. Okay, let's just say you're getting paid. Let's just say you're getting paid 1% of a Bitcoin a week as interest, right? The interest they pay you always equals 1% of Bitcoin. If your Bitcoin if you have the same amount of Bitcoin in the wallet, right? So every week you get paid 1% in Bitcoin, right? Let's just say at $10,000 you get 1% of Bitcoin a week. That 1% goes into Celsius because you chose to earn that extra interest. Whatever it was, 1.1% of a Bitcoin in interest, you earn that in Cell token. The Cell token price, obviously, if the asset, like if Bitcoin goes up, that 1% of Bitcoin is worth twice as much. So, but it's the same 1%. 1.2% that's buying Cell token, which then as the market goes up in value and everything, and then the more assets are on there, the more money is actually buying up Cell token, and then the people themselves are buying up Cell token as well. So it's like
Cell token, like a fixed supply.
Yeah, 700 million tokens total.
And how much is held up by held by Celsius?
Celsius, I think, currently controls like I think like 30%. 30-40%, yeah. And here's a crazy stat for you. About 48% of the supply right now is like held inside the app right now, earning interest. So if you hold Celsius on the app, in the app, you actually gain interest. You actually gain interest on your Celsius. So currently, like, it's 5%. So it's like for every 1,000, you get 1 token a week, roughly. It's around that right now.
Interesting. It sounds like it's not as bad as I thought it was. It might be a little out of my risk zone, because the other thing is you gotta know a lot. Like I worry about all the angles of like where things could go wrong with, you know, the value of the token, and then actually they can print more tokens, or can't they? And
they absolutely.
And if things start, and the other thing is to try to predict when there's a panic, what happens. You know, it's great. Everything's going up. It goes up more. It goes up. And then, but when things are panicking, is that more vulnerable or not? And that's hard, just from what you've told me, I haven't heard any huge red flags from what you've said.
No,
like fractional reserve thing. So
I will say this, the only absolute thing, I mean, outside of the market, because, you know, Bitcoin crashes, everything crashes, duh, right? But like outside of maybe like the one, there's always one risk with Celsius. It's just the truth. Is if there's like a hack or something, and they try they're really good with security, but no matter what, like there always is a chance. Same thing with Binance. If Binance gets hacked, man, oh fuck, man, the market's gonna fucking crash, dude. It's just you know, the same thing.
Binance was crypto though, right? Like,
I'm sorry.
There's always the risk of a hack somewhere.
Yeah, there's always a black swan event. There always is. But if I had to put my money, like they have insurance on the cold wallet stuff, but they actually had insurance. They were one of the first companies to actually have insurance on the hot wallet, but they ended up losing it. The insurance company ended up backing out of it. They're just like, no big insurance company wants to insure a hot wallet right now. But there is insurance companies out here that will insure cold storage wallets with multi-sig. There's things called Fireblocks. When a Fireblock is kind of like, imagine you have 24 people that have one part of the code, and then you need to have that code and then also have the private key in order to move funds. And then of those 24 people, you have to have like at least more than half of them say, yes, we will move these funds over here. And so it's way, I think it's a pretty good system and everything, but it's yeah, I mean, it's, I mean, I don't know. I really like, I mean, you should really look into it. I mean, you'll like Alex a lot. I mean, I've met him before too. Like I talked to him for like 45 minutes at like the Litecoin summit. I didn't even know who he was, which is so fucking funny. Like me and my fiance were just talking to Alex Mashinsky outside of the summit for like 45 minutes. He was explaining to me the entire thing, the app. I was like, well, all right, I'll download the app and stuff, I guess, and stuff. And he never told me that they had a token. I just thought it was like a lending service. That's all I thought it was. I was like, oh, okay. Well, you know what? I don't really, for 5% or whatever on my Litecoin, it's not really worth it for me, right? Then a couple months ago, I found out like, oh yeah, they have sell token. They have a token, and then I looked on there. I was like, holy crap, man! I would have bought that minute if they had a sell token, because it's sort of like the difference between like I mean, you probably know this. So like you ever discovered a band really early, and like, oh, I love that band, and then later on they became famous.
Yeah, I had Def Leppard.
What?
Their first album.
Yeah.
I had some friend. He's like, listen, and then we had 2 songs that were so good.
Was that On Through the Night? The one with the tractor
trailer? I don't remember. There were like 2 good songs, and it was like they were really unique. And then I think it was their second album went big. I think it was, it wasn't that long. That
Romania, I think. Yeah.
I was like, I like a band that no one's heard of, and they were really good.
Right.
I thought it was cool. Then and then they got big, and then it's like, yeah, they're not that good anymore.
Dating myself there, but Yeah.
Well, the thing that pisses me, so like the same thing happens with like me with like YouTube. I find like you're one of the people too. Like I'm telling you right now, if I could buy the Dave Levine coin, I would have bought it like months ago.
I would have bought back in the day.
I got one. How much money you got?
I got a couple grand. Let's go, bro.
I'll print your coins all day.
You too, Cabana, man. I'll buy some tokens too. But like, it's just sort of like you see like you eventually over lifetime you end up getting like this algorithm in your brain of you're catching like consistencies of like, oh, that's something successful people do. I'm seeing this, and then like I saw that in like Alex and stuff. So I mean, if I knew he sold me, he was such a salesman. I was like, gee, he had like, it was a Litecoin conference and he was the best speaker at the conference.
Wait, he did not tell you about the token, right?
No, because he was just talking about Litecoin on there. He didn't want to impose. He was like, he's really good. He's really nice.
Yeah, I think that's kind of classy, really.
Yeah, he's really classy. I wish he had shilled it to me though. I would have bought it. I would have.
One time you wish somebody would have shilled something to you.
Yeah, it was one of the few times, because at the time when he was talking about it, like sell token was about 4 cents.
Ooh.
It's at 40 cents right now.
40 now, yeah.
Yeah, and it was, yeah. I would have a much larger bag than 10 times the size I do right now. I mean, I would have. I'm very bullish on this stuff. I buy almost damn near every day. That's how much sell token I'm buying.
So what about Litecoin? It's in your name. I talk shit about Litecoin. Is it? Are you like?
All right, I'm gonna go make a drink.
So I really, dude, Litecoin's doing. I mean, I know it's been quiet right now, but they're about to come out with something called Mimblewimble, which is this is one of the reasons why I went to the summit in 2019, was because I was really worried about them adding privacy features to Litecoin. Because I thought if they added privacy features like Monero, that they could get, taken off exchanges. And I was really, because I had a large, I mean, for me, like a good portion of my portfolio, like over like 20% of my portfolio in Litecoin. And I was really like worried. I was like, whoa, like, am I going to have to like, reduce my Litecoin down? Because it's like, it could get delisted. So I had talked to Charlie Lee himself. And then what he told me was what Mimblewimble is going to do is, it's basically the lightest amount of privacy that's going to get soft forked in. So they're trying to get Mimblewimble implemented on Litecoin, so then it could, if as a possibility in the future, it can get soft forked into Bitcoin in the future as well. But what Mimblewimble does is, like, imagine this. Imagine I owe you $1,000, Dave, and I send you $1,000. Then you, Dave, can go, let me see what Litecoin's doing. Oh, look at this. He has a little bit more money than he said he did. Okay. Or like, so it becomes really problematic paying people, right? I mean, people have to do all these crazy things like Tornado.cash and all these other things, or like using Monero. And Monero's not.
Yeah, I wanted to give a gift of 1 Ethereum for my nephew's birthday. I don't want to give him, and now if someday he learns and he goes and looks, he can see everything I've ever done with Ethereum. So I went Tornado Cash, cleaned it, and then gave him that, clean Ethereum. But yeah, so that it's sort of, Yeah, it's like if you want to do something, and I thought of charity things. It's like I want to do charity, but I don't need everybody seeing all my transactions.
Right. So the coolest thing is all you'll be able to see is that I sent you a transaction, but you won't be able to see how much money I have in my wallet. That's how light the privacy is. But there's like
my thought on Litecoin was what I learned like a couple years ago was it looked like it was abandoned. Like there were like 2 developers, nothing was launching. Charlie Lee sold everything in, after he went on 10 TV shows, and then he sold it all in December of this 2017. And it looked like it was an abandoned and nothing has happened, but it sounds so there's people working. Are you sure this thing is something's actually going to launch on this, and there's people working on it?
The testnet launches like late September, November. The testnet for Mimblewimble. It's being built by Dave Burkett, which is the guy who created the Grim token. You've heard of Grim before? Yeah. So it's the same thing. So he's getting paid right now by the Litecoin Foundation, as well as people just donating to him. He's like, oh, thank you so much for doing this. And he's putting Mimblewimble on Litecoin right now. And so here's a kind of why I'm really excited about Mimblewimble is so once it gets soft forked into Litecoin, there's something special that can happen is then you can have these wallets that can really make the you can make so something like on Coinbase, right? On Coinbase, no one will be able to see your no one will be able to see your transactions except for the exchange, and no one will be able to see your balances except the exchange, right? But once those Litecoins move off the exchange and into like something like a Litecoin wallet, then depending on if it's a Mimblewimble wallet, then with the toggle switch, I saw this on the they were letting us see it on the basically with a little toggle switch, you could choose how much privacy you want. You can go like Monero level of privacy on a wallet. So they can track your coins on the exchanges. The minute it goes off the exchange into a wallet, they can't see it. There's nothing, and then it gets sort of into like a Monero Lite level of privacy, which is about as much as someone actually needs. No one needs to be like that. Like if they want to, you can get into Monero, but the reason I'm just saying this is because once Litecoin has this implemented, it's basically the largest privacy coin in the world at that point.
Because of market cap, because Zcash is doing okay, but that's much smaller than Litecoin.
Yeah, it's way small. But Zcash, like I have like a weird thing with Zcash because it's like they're really coming out with a shit ton of good technology, but they're like getting jacked by everybody. It's like everyone's using their
jacked. What does that mean?
They create all this technology that's really cool for Zcash, but then it's because it's open source and everything like that. People are like, oh, cool, I'm gonna use ZK rollups, I'm gonna use ZK snarks and stuff. I'm gonna use all this cool technology and stuff, and it's getting implemented by all these other blockchains, which is, I guess, what they wanted. But it's like, it's sort of instead of some of that value for staying on Zcash, people are just like, oh, cool, thanks, kid. Thanks for doing this research paper for me. And they just walk off like,
Zuko, whatever his name is. He's a nice guy who wants privacy in the world, and his token will do it, and he'll help others as well. But I like it because it's integrating. I start to worry about with Litecoin. The problem is it has privacy, but so it's in a wallet. So what am I going to do? Peer to peer? Like I want a privacy so that I can use it, and I want to use it in a decentralized exchange. And
you'll be able to do all that stuff and everything. Like I know you don't like Cardano, but they're doing like wrapped Litecoin on Cardano pretty soon as well. They're working on it right now. I just wish this guy. So there's a guy that's ahead of the foundation that he just has a terrible like hashtag. Like his name is Cool Daddy 1991. I'm like, I just wish you just changed it, dude. Like, come on, like at least Litecoin Foundation Dev or like something like that. But like, it's Cool Daddy 1991. I don't know, dude.
It's like there's this one guy who's really good, does great beginner things on YouTube. His name is DeFi Dad, and I'm like, I hear dad. Like I'm a dad. I'm DeFi Dad. Like. But it sounds so lame to me. Like, who's this old guy? Even though I'm an old guy.
Oh, is that like Crypto Dad?
People sound old in crypto.
It's like that one lady that works in government that's like everyone calls her Crypto Mom. Who the fuck calls you Crypto Mom? Nobody calls you Crypto Mom. Yeah, you should call yourself like DeFi Dawn, bro. That as well. The DeFi Dawn.
How old are you guys? By the way?
I'm 29.
Yeah. What about
Really?
you?
That's like the go-to age for women who don't want to say like they're over 30. Are you seriously 29?
I'm 29. No shit.
Okay. I can still say I'm in my low 40s. So
Yeah.
It is pretty trippy though. I do feel kind of weird. Like next year, like I'm going to be 30, and it's like it hasn't hit me yet, but I'm
man, it's just.
I've been thinking about it. If it seems 30 seems old to me, and I know it's not old.
It is just a number. I feel like as good now as I did in my 20s, man. So,
but it's weird. It's just like I felt like my first from 18 to 23 time went really slow, and then 23 went like it just started speeding up. I felt like every year was like 4 months, something because I was.
Time does go faster, that's for sure.
Yeah, you think it just goes faster because we're doing the same things all the time?
Yeah, if life gets monotonous, that's when it goes fast.
Yeah.
So, got to shake up the box a little bit.
You guys got any tips for when I hit my 30s, man? I love to hear anything you got.
First of all, rolling. Tom Brady's method there.
Oh yeah, I did see you did that in the video.
Roll, baby. Okay, good. That's number one.
Yes.
DDP yoga is what I do, man.
You know what? I just got this thing, the Aura Ring. Tracks your heart rate and sleep, and like really is helping me. And one thing is eating before bed. You keep your heart rate up. Sleep better. You know, sleeping good. Treasure that sleep. If you have an alarm, throw it out the window. It's the worst thing in the world. Like, what's more important?
Trying to spike your insulin, or just like.
Well, I'm just saying have a good sleep. So like an alarm that wakes you up in the mornings, you're just like, don't do that. You're sleeping. Why would you want to stop asleep? Like it's criminal to me using alarms and just, health stuff. Cause that stuff can start to, most health problems, it's like builds up over years and then you start getting older and it's just like, so,
I mean, I always
you gotta wake up if you gotta be somewhere, you have to wake up. So alarms are kind of essential, but the vitamin D.
Go to bed earlier.
Like the worst thing.
What is so important in the morning?
Yeah.
But I made a video on my YouTube, most valuable lessons from life or something I called it, where I went through. I spent some time thinking, what are the best lessons I have? And there, that video for me, I think is really important. But a lot of things too, it's funny. People like, I don't know. It's like people like, yeah, that's right. And then they don't follow it. It's sort of like, it's hard to change, when you figure out that something's definitely a good idea, like do it. That's one of the biggest things. People are like, yeah, I know I should do this. And it's hard. Took me a long time to figure. I was like, I knew eating right before going to bed was bad, but it's fucking fun. And I kept doing it. Finally, but I just like eventually figured out a way to get myself things and only listening to experts is become so valuable and so underrated. And everybody says, yeah, that's right. I do that. And then they go and they read the fucking newspaper or watch some idiot on YouTube like us, right? It's just like, find out who's the smartest people in the world. Only listen to that. And also it's a lot less time than listen to all this other crap. And,
right.
Knowledge is key.
Litecoin, man, you like the wrestling, don't you?
Which wrestling? Are you talking about like WWE?
Yeah, are you knowledgeable of it?
I know enough of it. I mean, I
used to you post gifts and stuff like that. DDP Yoga, man, Diamond Dallas Page, like his yoga program, like he's rehabbed like legit broken athletes with, all about spine lengthening and muscle building. I do it, man. And, yoga has a bad stigma to it, or the Maharishi stuff. It's nothing like that. Like you can do beginner stuff, like 400-pound people can, work with a chair and, start to burn fat and get flexibility. Or for more advanced people, I mean, you can do like power workouts for like an hour and it is awesome. You feel so good.
You better stick to crypto. We're going to lose all our viewers. I mean, 3 old guys talking about health.
We had to have a break. I did schedule a couple breaks, so kind of.
Okay, I'm just saying. I feel like on my Twitter, if I post anything other than crypto, it's like crickets. And not that I have that many followers, but also on YouTube, I've learned to I have things I want to talk about, and it's like people just want it, and that's my knowledge advantage. People do not want to hear me talk about other things.
Oh yeah, and I mean it's a nice little break, but I dive right back in here because this one has been hot, and I'm so sad I missed it. And the Litecoin Moses a little bit yesterday about it. It's Kusama.
Oh yeah, I did great on that, man. I killed it.
I'm so jealous. Yeah, just go right into it, because I mean, it's, I guess, an easy, simple explanation of it is kind of like an experimental network for Polkadot.
Yeah, it's kind of like if the dot token is Bitcoin, this is Litecoin essentially. Okay. This is why I was able to kind of like figure it out. I was like, oh yeah, this kind of makes sense. I mean, yeah, like it's going to have value because they can experiment some of their crazier stuff on Kusama. If it works, cool. Kusama gets the benefit, and a bunch of these chains that are too risky to go on dot, they just like, hey, go on Kusama. Let's start doing this. Is like the Wild West over here. I mean, it's the party town, which is Kusama. And Kusama currently can do like 1,000 transactions per minute right now. But there's one big tailwind for Kusama coming out is that they're going to start implementing their parachains, which is essentially they just create another chain that's linked to it. So let's just say they have for some reason, like the amount of transactions starts going up to 800. What they do is that they have another chain that's on the Kusama blockchain, which is like something else, but they can use some of their transactions on that chain for their overflow. So imagine you have like 20-30 projects on the Kusama network, and they're only using about 20% of their blockchain. You can just borrow their blockchain and use their transactions and stuff, and then just keep the chain moving along like that. And then that's what's really cool about it, is that you're kind of like the whole network is helping each other. So each network can basically have 1,000 transactions per minute, and if there's like a big spike, it sends it over here real quick for that time until it cools off, and then it just comes back essentially.
Yeah, I didn't know enough about it. I felt safer just going into the overall ecosystem, which is dot, and I like to fully at least get a nice grasp upon what I'm investing in. And I was like, man, I think I just don't know enough yet, and I didn't pull the trigger. And I remember it, and it was like $12, I swear, like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and it was.
Yeah. It was like 36 on Saturday. I was like, oh my goodness, I missed out.
It's at like $20 right now, I think.
Oh, it did come down a lot.
It came down a little bit right now. Let me see. KS.
Oh, like 30 earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, 27. So yeah.
Yeah, but it's the same thing kind of Dave sort of was talking about, where like he wants things to be launched. Well, Kusama was launched, where dot token was still not on their main chain. You know, they weren't fully launched yet. Now dot token is fully launched and everything, and then their first vote was to dilute their supply 100x, and they voted on it. So it's a little more, because like it was kind of hard. Can you imagine like people find out about your project and it's $300 per token? For most.
I was waiting for it on Kraken, and the bid asks were just crazy, because I don't think people understood the split, in a sense, or reverse, it was a split basically, but the 100 for 1. So it went off. The first trades went off at like $50. I'm like, this isn't right. I mean, it should be $5 if they're even doing that right. But really, the coin was trading at, I want to say like $3.40 or something. So it technically should have been $3.40. Now we just wait, and finally, I guess. Yeah. People started to put together the price and be like, oh, okay, well, it really should be way less than $3.50 or $4. And then the price kind of settled down, rounded out around $3. I was lucky enough to get, some, under that, because I like I said, I've been stalking this one, and, that was turned out great so far. And I do have to give a shout out to Hexanaut for giving me shit. Because I do preach my thing is long-term holding. Right. And I did say I got rid of some of my Tezos, which I did, but I did put it in the dot, and it's there for the long term. So I just felt like I had to diversify a little bit more there. So Hexanaut, that was for you, bud.
Definitely.
Things I'm like, in 2017, you were mentioning I had this metric that eliminated 90% of all the investments, which was, has it launched and is it decentralized? And so everything that hadn't launched yet, I was like, okay, so I'm only analyzing the ones that have. Part of that is, those are, to me, were the leaders at the time. And it's easier at the time, I would say, well, I don't know how to analyze a white paper, but I know how to analyze like that it's up and running.
Right.
And now my metric has changed. Has it launched? Is it decentralized? Now there's thousands of those. And so now I've added, are there actual users
Right.
doing things of value? And is there a significant amount of value locked on the network? So that eliminates 90% of everything. And so these are Polkadot and Dot and, you know, and whatever. These
Ocean.
things are they're too early for me. It might be awesome in Polkadot and Cosmos, and it might be early, and these things may go to the moon. But for me, I don't know how. I love now that the reason I love this Ren so much is I've got all kinds of data. I can see it pays a dividend to the node operators based on the transactions, gets updated every day. If the dividend trends 2%, which a lot of these things are, I can sort of value this thing on a daily basis. And I know. Whereas now I compare that to Polkadot. Well, is it going to do something, and what and when and who? And I don't know. So I avoid all those. And you got to not, I try to keep myself out of the miss a lover. My brother calls it miss a lover. What do you call it? Missing out, FOMO, where it's like, oh my God, everybody's making money and I'm not. On that. Yeah. I got things I make money on.
Yeah. I mean, and no one can argue with your success, Dave. No one. So
I will say this though: the reason I bought in wasn't because of the FOMO. It was because I wanted to get into Dot token before, but the only way to buy Dot. The only way to buy Dot was you had to go on these really shady ass Chinese exchanges, and I just wouldn't do it. I was just
it was
like
an IOU at that point, wasn't it?
Yeah. Dot is the one. Cosmos, and I don't know. I don't like buying things until I see, like I said, these metrics. But the word from a lot of smart people that I follow is like, things are happening on Cosmos. And I'm like, and I thought of at one point just getting some Dot because of that. It felt early. And I'm like, where do you even buy this thing? And then where do I hold it? And I'm like,
well, you can just hold it on a regular wallet. I mean, whatever that holds RT20 tokens and stuff, it'll hold Dot. But it was getting it because it was just a bunch of IOUs. It was like
RT20. I thought it was on a separate chain. I don't know.
It's on its own chain, but you can't because it's like its interoperability thing. You could deposit it onto like a wallet where you can deposit it on like the Coinbase wallet. You can deposit Dot token right now on that. So that's one of the reasons why the big thing is that it's going to get added on to Coinbase and stuff, because right away it was on the Coinbase wallet, and there's a bunch of the on the Coinbase Pro and stuff. They're tracking the price right away on it and stuff. So like people so they're in the custody as well. So they're like, oh, it's being fast tracked to be listed on Coinbase for sure.
But the thing to watch out for in the bull, you can see everything has shifted.
Yeah.
With the attitudes, and now everyone's optimistic and everything is exciting and things that are going to happen, everyone believes they're going to, and it's so easy to get sucked in to start chasing shit that isn't good. And I'm like, I'm just trying to stay calm, stick with what I know. And listen, it may be boring to some people in crypto that Ethereum and Ren is like all I have now. Boring, but those are two pretty crazy, exciting, fast-growing things where if everything goes up, those will go up too.
What's the market cap of Ren right now? Because you have interest me on Ren, because I've heard people talk about Ren, but I never, because I heard about Ren maybe it was like 6 months ago or so.
47 million ish.
370 million.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at volume. Yep, sorry, 370.
Yeah,
but
Dave.
That's up 10x. So it was 37 million like 2 months ago.
Yep.
Yeah. I should have been listening to the videos, Dave. Goddamn.
Oh, I remember watching it when it was like 4 or 5 cents, and I was like, I'd like it, and I just didn't do it.
Yeah, because
well, if you watch the volume, you can see what is that URL? You can see the volume on a daily basis, and it's just going straight up. The amount of Bitcoin that's being transferred over. Let me see if I I can't find my cursor here.
I'll be right back in 1 second. I'm going to get a drink.
I'm going to share this link here somewhere. Oh, am I able to put in the chat? Or maybe I'll share the screen here.
If you can, just private chat me and I'll look it up.
Or should I share this? I can share the screen and show you what I'm talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I shared screen, but I don't see. Oh, there it is.
Oh, cool.
So the black line is transfers. That's the number of transfers of Bitcoin to Ethereum or to the Ren BTC or Ren BTC back. And the blue is the amount, the number of Bitcoins. I mean, if you look at this jump here, you can see that it went from transfers of like 1,000 Bitcoins a day to
3,000?
3,000 a day. So no, that's amount. Well, that's BTC.
Unique senders.
Let me show you another link, which actually you can look at the numbers. Might even be better. This is good to see the trend, but if you want the actual dollar amounts, this so this shows you how much is locked in, or no, this is total volume over history, because it makes its money on the transactions. But you can click on dark nodes and see in this current cycle how much it's made. It's only been like 6 days on this cycle. It's already at 91,000. Last cycle of 30 days was 144. So you can see volume, you know, more than doubling per month. Like, right. And then you can see how many nodes there are. You can see what the dividend is per node based on in relation to the price. You need 100,000 Ren to own a node, so you can calculate. So you have real numbers that you can track on how profitable, really at the end of the day, Ren comes down to that the nodes, there's up to 10,000 nodes. Nodes need to be profitable. And, you know, you can track that and you can see the growth and you see these numbers. For me, this is so much easier to analyze,
right?
You know, than trying to figure out who, what, when, and where this kind of activity is going to happen on a Tezos or a Polkadot. Now, if you're right on the, you know, the predicting, the reason I did well with Ren, so well, I should say, is normally I would wait till it launches and see these numbers and then get in. So I would have, but that was like when it was at like 10 to 15 cents, it was, this thing had already launched and volume was crazy right out of the gate. That is when I normally would get in. But now, if it keeps growing like this, you know, I feel comfortable holding it. So that's what I like. I like things like that. And I liked Kyber for a while too, because again, you can see the volume. I could go to a chart and show the volume every day of how much volume was on the exchange. And a percentage of that goes to the token holders as a dividend. And so what I'm watching is actual numbers and an actual return on investment with, you know, real numbers, as opposed to, again, to just. So if you had to put a percentage of your portfolio, what would you say it was in Ren? Well, my portfolio, I started talking about my portfolio is my entire portfolio, which I'm at like, I have been saying 50% cash. I think my cash now is like 40% is cash. 60% is not cash. Of that 60%, I got 10% in Tesla, almost 10% in Berkshire Hathaway, maybe 5% in this genomics fund. Anyways, Ethereum is around 15%. Okay. And then Ren, if you're talking about my overall portfolio, I think it could be like 5% now, because it's pretty high. I mean, I think with just crypto, yeah. But then I'm not counting dollars. Just crypto, I feel like now all I own is like Ethereum is like 75%, Ren is 20%, right. And 5% is all this other shit that, you know, I've got a couple bucks in Ample, and like I got all these other tiny bits of things tied up in 5% the remaining. But and my Ren, I would never have invested this much, but it went up 10x. So that's why I wanted to talk to you about it. So what happens when it 10x's again? And normally 10x is, you know, you're usually looking at things. I had that with Kyber. I mean, went up 7x, and then it wasn't just, oh, it went up, so I'm selling it. It went up and like, well, now it looks expensive. Like the dividend didn't look so high, and I saw margins going down, and then I get this L1, like it all of a sudden, I didn't love it anymore. Ren went up in price, but the volume has gone up. And in fact, on a day-to-day, sometimes it's hard to track the dividend because they have huge days. There was like one day and the dividend was like 25%, but then they held a slow day. There's a lot of reasons why it's tricky day-to-day, but you're going to love it. More than doubling in volume every month. and it's still paying. It's not like the dividend's not 0.000, something stupid. Then that I think is holdable, because that's the hard part with some of these things.
Right.
People who made a lot of money with venture capital and stuff, they lock up their money and you can't sell. So they locked it up in Google, and it's just 10xing and 10xing and 10xing, and they can't get out. It's great. They're lucky. Why would we would all sell a little. Yeah. So with some of these things, they go up and then you sell and you sell. I sold some when I sold Tesla at 1,000, I thought I was a genius. Right. When I sold some at 1,500, I was sure I caught the top. And I sold some a couple weeks ago at 2,000. That was definitely the top. I might sell some more. I mean, it's like ridiculous. And then whatever. So so Ren, I'm hodling hard.
Yeah, this is the same thing why I like also got into like Celsius. I mean, I'm not trying to shill Celsius. I really not. But it's like the only it's the only token I can tell you what the numbers, like same thing. I just like this.
Yeah.
There's deposits like that. So I was like, no brainer to me. That's why I've been so confident in it. But sometimes it's hard to find these crypto, because like I really like some of these projects, but the numbers, like I'm not finding a good story with the numbers going up like this. I mean, this one like.
MakerDAO. I love the MakerDAO contract. I love DAI. I like the system. I like, I don't know if it's going to last forever, but I really like it. And I love it. I feel like it's safe. I have some ETH locked in there. I borrow DAI. I buy DAI anyways. But meanwhile, the Maker token, there's no money. There's no they're charging no interest on the ETH. There's no money being accrued to the Maker token, and of what little money does go to the Maker token, the market cap is way too high. So it's like the numbers don't make any sense. So sometimes, finding a project where not only do you like it, but the numbers make some sense is sometimes hard.
Right. I mean, I just think I mean, it's true. I mean, I'll look into Ren. You kind of sold me a little bit.
Well, I'll make my next round of videos, which I don't know when that'll be. I'll do another Ren video. My first two videos on Ren, I feel like their heads must be spinning. Very unclear. I think I'm getting better maybe at explaining. And just my method for valuation.
Right. Do you ever feel when you're doing your videos that you feel like you're not rambling, but in your brain you think you're rambling? When you because I've rewatched some of my stuff and I think I'm rambling, but people are like, dude, this is so informative. Thanks. And getting all the good comments, but then you feel like you're fucking like stumbling like an idiot while talking.
I sort of the opposite. I think that I'm very clear. And then I listen to it and think, oh, how does anyone understand that? And I didn't finish my sentence and talking too fast. So I love Richard Hart. I probably should listen to him more because he speaks so slowly.
Right.
And then you listen. If I could speak, I can't do it. I'm like, I gotta get out all these ideas.
Yeah.
Slowly. So my delivery could be better. And then also sometimes I just get right into the weeds. It's like I dive into like Ampleforth and use a bunch of words that nobody understands. And like, I don't even know what I'm talking about. And it's like, should I be doing videos like this? Maybe I should make that video like, you're a beginner, go to Coinbase. Like that's what most people ask me, like, how do I get some Ethereum? And it's like, I explain to them and then I do a video about, elastic supply token locking in Uniswap. And people are like, what? So.
Yeah. I almost feel like when I get people into crypto, I almost have to baby them first by letting them get a little bit of Bitcoin, knowing that like they'd be better off getting Ethereum, to tell you the truth. But it's the brand name right now. I mean, that's
end of the pool kind of.
If like people only really truly know about two cryptos, it's Bitcoin 99% of the time. The other one's like, Ethereum, unless they already know about cryptos or something. So it's like I tell them, use the Cash App. Oh, the Cash App has it. Oh, cool. This is so here. You can buy $5 a day. They buy it for a couple of days, and then from there, like, oh yeah, Bitcoin's pretty easy. And then I just show them like a drug dealer, like look at all my wares right here. Look at all this other stuff you can get with that Bitcoin. You can trade it in. And I was like,
I stopped owning Bitcoin, and a little bit I was like, oh, what if takes off? What if I'm wrong? And it's like, what if I'm wrong on any? Or what if what if Celsius is the greatest thing in the world? I don't own it. Like, I can't own everything. And Bitcoin, I don't like it. Not for me. And I think Ethereum, I mean, if Bitcoin goes up, I think Ethereum goes up too. And I really think there's going to be a story. I think Ethereum is going to start catching Bitcoin, and this whole conversation of which one's going to be bigger is going to happen. And I think, and once it starts to get close, then everybody's going to pile in. I think Ethereum is going to pass Bitcoin. I believe it. I hope it's in this bull run. I think it's going to hit it as a tie. Yeah. Right at the end of the bull run, which would be exciting. We'll see what happens, but
yeah, let's save a little bit of that for the finale there, because we're still kind of like we're breaking into the top 50.
One thing about Bitcoin, just one thing about Bitcoin.
Yep.
It's these maxis that are making Bitcoin awful. Like it's like dude, they're horrible. Like it's like I'm almost ashamed to show anybody the Bitcoin community, because they're either there's some really good people in there, like like Andreas Antonopoulos, great guy, presents Bitcoin really well, but like other than him, like it's like crickets. Like and then you go on Twitter, and then it's just a bunch of these guys are like, if you talk anything else, everything's a shit coin, everything's a Ponzi, everything is bullshit. Like scammer this, scammer that, and it's about everything. I'm not even like.
And there's nothing going on. The other thing is, I was following some people, and I loved, God bless Saif Dean and the Bitcoin Standard book. And I learned a lot more about economics because of Bitcoin and some of these people, but like, there's nothing going on with Bitcoin. It's all they talk about is the stupid charts. Yeah. And price, and and hold, like, I get, and I hate everybody with everybody else, they don't understand hard money, they don't understand digital gold. I understand. I fucking love hard money, digital gold. I think Ethereum wins the digital gold thing. Like, maybe I'm wrong, but don't tell me I don't know what that is and I don't care about hard money. Like, it's very insulting, because I really think, it's not that I don't know. I understand the story of Bitcoin. It's the safest and the oldest and the biggest. And that's why I owned a lot of it for a while, but I'm not buying it now. Don't tell me I'm stupid, you Bitcoiners. Hey, if I'm wrong, but I'm no dummy.
Right. Yeah. I'm like, I own a nice size of my portfolio is in Bitcoin, but at the same time, I'm like, get off my back if I also like some other coins. And it's like, a lot of these guys are just, it's all or nothing. So it's all Bitcoin. And if you have other coins, then your only purpose for owning them is to accumulate as much as you can, with the thought of one day shifting all of that into Bitcoin. And that's like the maximalist toxicity that I just can't stand. But anyway, just trying to clean up top 50 here. I've had a question on Elrond. You guys have any takes on that one?
Not really.
What is it? Elrond?
It's like a proof of stake token or something like that with like.
Yeah, I haven't done enough work on it to offer an opinion, so I'm not gonna get into it. But yeah, it is. I had it pulled up here on my screen, but yeah, I think
it's top 60s or top 50s or something like that, right?
Yeah, it was like 66, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we're right around the edge there. The other one was brought up earlier, Kyber. So Dave, I know you've gone back and forth on it a little bit. What's your current?
I'm done with it. Kyber was, like 6 months ago, was 20 cents. It was one of the biggest decentralized exchanges, growing like crazy. It's still growing somehow, but it was like their whole mantra was, everything's on chain. It's all on chain, which was awesome until, these fees are crazy now. So you don't want to be on chain. You want to be on layer 2. And their mantra was like, so I don't know that they have any sort of a layer 2 plan transition. Maybe they do. I don't know about it. And I don't know how they can do business with the fees this high. And then the price went up a lot. And also, I don't like any of these governance things. Some of these governance tokens, maybe it works out, but to me, a bunch of idiots voting on what to do, I don't see that as a business model that works. I'd rather have, Yeah, I don't like this voting thing. It just seems like a manipulating thing, a thing that can just get out of control. So maybe somewhere on some platform the voting thing works, but when I was involved with the voting on Kyber, I didn't like that either. And the dividends not enough. And then finally, I just had this epiphany on all of these layer 1 things and anything with governance tokens. I'm not valuing governance tokens. I would give it some value. Just like I remember 2017, utility tokens. There was a minute where it has utility. It's a utility token. That's awesome. And the prices were going straight up. And then everyone realized utility tokens, now people think utility token has 0 value. Maybe that's a little too low. And governance token, now everyone thinks is so valuable. You have governance, you can vote on things. The value probably isn't 0, but I don't put much value. So everything just sort of changed for me. And the Kyber went up a lot. So good time to make a change. And yeah, so I'm done.
Yep. Yeah. I owned it and I got out of it, and it seems to be a theme because I see some people here in chat also sold it. How about you, Moses? Do you own it at all at any point?
Owned it and sold it.
Yeah.
I just sold it for some Ethereum and then the other for Marcel token. I mean, literally.
Dude, it's so funny. I did the same thing. Like, well, for Ethereum, I don't know, a couple months ago, I think. So.
Yeah. It's yeah.
All right. All right. So that brings us to the top 50. So I did have a question. Name a crypto, and this is for everybody here. I got one too in mind, I think, that isn't currently in the top 100 that you believe will be there by year's end.
Ooh.
And we're gonna do this in segments. So I'm
not in the top 100.
Not in the top 100. So it could be, I wouldn't say if it's 101 right now. Give yourself, at least 5 or 10. But we'll do this step by step. So after, say, we get to the top 25, then we'll do another one, then we'll get one for the top 10. But is there anything outside of the top 100 right now that you'd be like, you know what? By the end of the year, I can see this thing, being in top 100.
The only thing I follow that is below the top 100 is this live peer, which, to be honest, first of all, I own a tiny bit, and I don't understand it. All I know is video transcoding sounds like really important and big, and a decentralized method of doing sounds awesome, but I don't get it. I don't know what the fuck it is. I saw I just found some post or Medium thing, I think, about explaining it again, and maybe this time I'll understand it. But that's the only one. That's one of these ones I picked, and I said, this is not, but also you said this year. This is like, I think if it's good, we'll know in 5 years. I'm like, I'm just going to hold a tiny bit. It's one of these for 5 years, and maybe it hits. I think that's the only thing I even know below 100.
Live Peer is a good token. I was thinking about buying into it. I was doing a lot of research into Live Peer. Basically, their whole model is, even though they say consumers can use it, consumers are not. It's a business-to-business play. So it's basically, imagine you're like, let's just say you're trying to make a YouTube, right? Like, we're making our own YouTube and everything, but what ends up stopping us is the server costs for rendering videos and stuff. So then that's why we need to like take all this debt. And then, I mean, most people just don't make enough money. Like, you try to compete against YouTube and then you just die because you just can't keep up with the cost of the business. So what like Live Peer does is essentially is like, you decentralize it away. You just say, here, you guys render my videos, we pay, and then you're paying like a fraction of the price that you would pay to Amazon or some other service. And then that's kind of basically the thing. And like they're kind of hinting that they're doing a little bit with like what's that place called? It's like a Twitch. They're trying to do some rendering right now for Twitch. That's like the big news on Live Peer. If they get the contract and Twitch really likes it,
that's why it started going up like crazy all of a sudden.
Yeah, well,
when I say it's going up, it's almost getting back to 50% of where it was when I got it.
Right, and Putin coin. But but the reason it got on my radar is because fucking Celsius added it, and I was like, what the hell is this thing? And so I just checked it out, and I was like, oh wow. And then what I really liked about the website is, man, they're really getting good with these websites, man. Holy crap, man. The websites are starting to get pretty good now. I went on it, and oh my god, it was so it was so like, a millennial maybe a Zoomer would really like it. So I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. So I at least market. It got A plus on their website. That's for sure. But definitely, like, no really consumer is going to use this. I mean, there's no way. I mean, it has to be. They have to. Their entire business has to be about getting like stealing these small to medium sized like video platforms and apps and stuff to render all their video on that platform. And it might be like a secret little tool to keep costs down to be competitive.
And looking through here, well, this is one that on my list to look up is XDAI. You know, I follow Amin. Do you know Amin from Spank Chain? Super smart guy, leader type thinker guy. Anyways, he was just talking really strongly about XDAI as a scaling technique. Now, I don't know about the token, but you know, some of these things, it's like also I see Matic is below below 100. But with you know, with a lot of these things, I will, as an example, Loopring, right, is a second layer exchange, and maybe the thing's awesome, but I'm like, how does the token make any money, right? Like, you have to watch out for these things, and this was the thing I said with Stellar, which is maybe even if Stellar Network is amazing, it doesn't mean that the token will be worth anything, you know? So you have to watch out for that, and so some of these systems, it's a second layer scaling solution, you know, Loopring, you get a percentage of all the transaction fees. Well, if transaction fees are a penny, how much money are you going to get on the token? You know, so, you know, I don't know. Those are two, you know, you sort of, with this question, got me thinking. These are two that are much lower market cap, Matic and XDAI. I wonder if there's something there. I would have to research it though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's pure speculation this far down the market cap chain. But yeah, it's just fun to throw out there. Mine's Utrust. Speaking of great websites, they just redid theirs. But Utrust is kind of, well, I think a lot of coins are trying to hope to be like a crypto payment, you know, mechanism and break that area. So they're kind of gunning to be like the PayPal of online, and you know, they'll accept, you know, different cryptocurrencies. You can convert them into the Utrust token. You can, there's so much involved there, but you use the Utrust token, you get certain discounts on fees. So they got WooCommerce on board, which has, I don't know how many websites for WordPress. They're trying to get Shopify as far as I know, but just the development and real stuff that you can kind of see with it's kind of exciting. I'm not, you know, saying it's going to go anywhere, but outside the top 100, I think it's like 125 or so. I think it could, you know, bust it within, you know, the next, maybe by year end. So
yeah, I'm seeing like 4 tokens through the whole list. That's about it. I mean, it's KuCoin shares. The volume, because of all the trading that's going on right now, the KuCoin shares, they have a way better model on their so obviously like they're the like. You have Binance, right, where like they can give you like a discount on the fees, and then they burn tokens and everything. Where KuCoin, 50% of all the profits of the exchange gets given to you as a percentage of how many KuCoin shares that you own, and then you get paid on like, let's just say like on 1,000 tokens or whatever, right? You get paid maybe like $1 right now, currently $1 and some change, and it fluctuates with how much trading is going on the exchange. As well as like you get paid out on futures contracts, like how much money they make on futures contracts, which is like currently on 1,000 tokens, you get paid out maybe like 5 cents per day, and about $1 and some change per 1,000 on KuCoin. So I've been noticing that volume has been going up as well. So it's like it's something like what Dave's been talking about. If you can kind of track it, since I was like, I'm always using this exchange. Let me try buying the token. Let me see what's going on with like the dividend payment. When I originally bought 1,000. It was about 44 cents. Now it's over $1 for that 1,000. So the volume, as we're going into this whole like altcoin spring that we're in right now, we're at the beginning of the bull market. We're in on this DeFi craze. The trading volumes are going up. So if we're in a full bull market, the numbers is going up. So it means more tokens are getting bought. So the price is going up, and more. So it's just basically like a positive feedback loop. So I mean, I think it's a little underpriced right now, KuCoin shares, and oh my God, Verge. Oh no. So Celsius, that's the top 100. Matic, same thing. I agree with you on there. And then maybe Wax and Ion, but who knows? But I at least three, at least those three, but those three are pretty. I mean, they're all in the top 110s right now. I mean, Maddox 107, Celsius is 106, and KuCoins is 102. So I mean, they're already there almost.
Yeah, it's turned in the Shill Your Coins section of the show. So we got CHZ, AGI, the win. But anyway, yeah, it's just a fun little topic of conversations. All right, so now we've broken into the top 50. Moses, you had this one on your radar, and was on mine. I didn't get into it. I talked about this yesterday. Another one like Kusama, Energy Web Token. It was like $5-6 in March. I missed out. It's like double that by now, but run with that one, man.
So yeah, Energy Web Token. I mean, it's a chain. It's a token. It's a token on the Polkadot network.
Right? Hold on one second. I'm starving, and I don't know Energy Web Token. I'm going to let you talk and get something to eat. I'll be right back.
Sure. So yeah, Energy Web Token basically is like they're just selling energy. They're kind of like I don't know if it's Utrust, but there's some other token that came out before where they have like they're selling kind of like carbon energy and everything like that. And anyway, the reason I found out about Energy Web Token was there's a YouTuber called Chico Crypto that was talking about it pretty early on.
I'm a fan, by the way.
Yeah, no, yeah, but like. I don't know. So I'm not trying to talk shit about Chico Crypto, but he's
polarizing. I'll say that.
Yeah. He's talked about some tokens and just have done nothing. So that's why I was really skeptical when he talked about it, especially when it was so low market cap and stuff, and it was just launching. So I was really iffy about it. I didn't know if I knew it was a Polkadot token, I probably would have invested in it, but I didn't do that much of research on it. But to tell you the truth, it gives me Enron vibes. Not saying that it's not going to do really, really well. Mm-hmm. It's doing like so. The guy who made wait, no, that's Ocean Protocol. Never mind. I think it's Energy Web Token, right? He had previously. I think no. I'm thinking about Ocean Protocol. The guy who made Ocean Protocol used to work for Mercedes-Benz, and then he's doing some project for Mercedes-Benz right now on Ocean Protocol. But Energy Web Token, they're doing some. They just announced supposedly that they're going to do all the energy grid deals for an entire country somewhere in like Europe, but they haven't announced which country yet. But they got they got an entire country. But it just really gives me it reminds me of Enron. I mean, it really does. Like it spooks me out. It's gonna do really well, and it's gonna pump like crazy. But like I think it's gonna fucking die. I mean,
when it comes to energy, I love Tesla. You know.
I'm with
Elon. He's got it worked out.
Like pull up the website and stuff. I mean, I don't. It just gives me a weird thing, like trading energy and stuff like that and everything. It just gives me Enron vibes, man. It's a little weird. I mean, even Richard said something
like the Shell gas, station. What you think of they're involved with it as well. So I mean, it's got some notable names if you actually look at everybody who's involved, which makes me kind of interested because there's a lot of stuff out there that is just like, well, we're doing this, and this, and you don't have any real world names in it. And, this top 50 out of nowhere.
I mean, all the pretty much like damn near all the Polkadot tokens are in the top 100 now. Like literally, like almost all.
Ocean, Kusama.
Yeah, I mean, Ocean's probably got the best use case out of all of them so far, from what I've seen. But Kusama is just basically like, I'm an Ethereum and you can launch tokens on me. That's what it is. And then Polkadot's like, oh, I'm an Ethereum, you can launch tokens on me, and that's what it is. We're like an Ocean Protocol. They already have their niche and stuff, and then of course, Energy Web Token's doing their same thing. They got their niche as well. So yeah, I mean it's. Who knows? I mean, I think it's probably gonna do well, just because, like I've been saying for a while now. Like right now, we're in the DeFi we're on the DeFi surfboard right now, and eventually, like later on in the market, we're gonna go on the beach with the Polkadot bikini girls, and then afterwards, we're probably gonna be hanging out with the Tezos bros in the bar talking about real estate, probably like next year. If I'm talking about trends, I mean,
I don't know. I think it's DeFi all the way.
I'm not saying DeFi's not gonna do good, but like I think like the DeFi like hype's gonna like chill out for a little bit, and it's gonna be stable for a while and just growing slowly instead of just like these rapid out of nowhere rises. and stuff, then I think that's when the Polkadot stuff's going to start getting crazy. Because I mean, I could just see it right now. It's like everyone's like buying it up right now. All the tokens are getting bought. There's like all the hype's behind it.
They're buying it because I think DeFi is the theme, and Polkadot is rallying because people are like, oh, they can do DeFi. They're going to either connect with Ethereum to do DeFi too, or they're going to do their own DeFi. I think it's still just a function of DeFi. I feel like everything that's rallying is related to needs to relate to DeFi in order to rally. I mean, what have we seen anything rally that's not DeFi? And I'm saying Cosmos and Polkadot sort of are.
Yeah, but they're sort of linked. They're linked. I mean, like it's the same guy who made all the Solidity code. Gavin Wood made the yellow paper, which I find kind of funny. The technology is called the fucking yellow paper.
I was actually going to bring that up earlier. Is I know one of Dave's themes is he likes to invest in experts and leaders, and that's kind of why I'm into Polkadot. And I don't want to get too much into it because that's higher on our list here. But you got Gavin Wood, man, and the guy's a superstar in my opinion, and the guys around him. And I'm not saying you go all in on a Polkadot or anything like that, but if it was say at like under $3, I thought that was a good chance to at least scoop some up. And if it happens to just run away, then at least I got a little bit.
I think you're good, bro.
Yeah.
I think you're this thing. There's no way this thing's not done pumping. I mean, especially if you're holding it for over a year for the whole bull market, man. I think you're okay. I mean, but that's just me. I mean, I bet on jockeys. I really do. Like if I like someone, like the other thing that sold me, like Richard, multiple business smart dude. I like the guy. I listened to a bunch of his streams. Fucking no brainer. Why not get into Richard Harder? Why not get into the project at the fucking ground floor? Like I was there in the Telegram group with like a couple hundred people when Hex got launched. I was like, let's do this shit. Let's go. Like I think I was one of the first people to post like something about a staking ladder. I think I saw the screenshot somewhere on my old phone, but he was asking, say, hey, what do you guys, your staking strategies? And I posted like what my staking strategy was for like doing like a CD ladder essentially for like 1 to 10 year.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, that looks pretty good. Cool. I was like, cool. So, I screenshotted it just to save it. But I bet on Charlie Lee at the time. I bet on Vitalik. I mean, that's just, I'm just most people, because we're used to the stock market, right? Like who's the CEO? Who started the company? That's kind of like Jamie Dimon. I mean, even though we talk about Chase and stuff, like, so Jamie Dimon, the CEO of Chase, said this. I mean, Elon Musk just smoked weed on Joe Rogan's podcast. How could this affect Tesla? I mean, it's like we always like, even though we say we want decentralization, we still go back to this old human nature of we want kings and we want like these like the king, like Elon Musk is like he's like the king, he's the king of Tesla, or like he's like the I mean, I don't know, the Pope or whatever. I mean, like this is one thing I think that's hurting Bitcoin is that like Bitcoin's like the religion of Islam. There's a bunch of different versions of Islam and there's not one person controlling it. Where like at least with like Christianity, there's the Pope. Even though he's not the head of the rest of the religion of the Christianic religions, if the Pope goes this way, typically all the Christian Jewish like religions kind of go in same direction at different times, but they're kind of going towards the same direction. So I mean, there is something to say when there is a leader of the project where each shit gets kind of done.
Yeah, but someone posted here that EWT is partnered with Tesla. That sounds like such fake news. I have no idea what, people love partnership is the most misused, stupid spam pump price thing. It's like, I have a partnership with YouTube because I put my videos on there. They let me put my videos on there. And I made an agreement. I have a partnership with Amazon. I'm using them for hosting. I pay them money and they let me host. It's our partnership, right? I agree when I hit submit and sent them money. Like that's a partnership, right? Or, and so first of all, I doubt there's even any conversation that went on between EWT and Tesla. If someone has a real source, please post it. But, most likely it was like Tesla has some program that's open to anybody if you pay, and EWT is paying to be a customer, and then they announced they have a partnership. And for those asking what I'm eating, a bunch of healthy, boring foods like banana and carrot. Thank you.
Yeah. Look at Connects right here. This dirty sea dog. This guy almost got us in trouble on Dlive because he wouldn't stop taking his damn shirt off during streams.
I will not take my shirt off.
This had to be like a Friday night hangout or something.
Right.
I'm just looking like 50 to 25. I had them broken out here, and actually we've gone through a lot. So we touched on certainly Ren a lot. Any thoughts on Algorand?
It's just doing okay. I mean, I know people are staking it.
Yeah, I mean, that's about the only thing I could be interested in with it, really.
That's one of these where I had people posting on my Twitter with the, I say nothing's going on it. It's like there's no use, there's no real activity, and they're like, well, they're building and they're building. I'm like, great, they're building, but that's different than actually happening right now. So who knows? But
yeah, did you guys talk about OMG already?
No, that's actually, I got Maker we discussed, Synthetix we discussed, Zcash we discussed, and then next up, last on the top 50 to 25 is OMG, man. Go for it.
Right. Well, one of the, I mean, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
No, I mean, I don't, well, I will say I had written them off for dead. You know, we loved them when they supposedly, I fell for the whole partnership on McDonald's with them. For some reason, they got me on that. I was like, oh, you know, they're going to, I pictured that next week they were going to have accepting Ethereum at the cash register at McDonald's, you know, was the way it sounded. And then it turned out to be anything but. It was just looked like a train wreck. And then all of a sudden, Tether is going to do all their transactions on it. I don't even know exactly what happens. And I don't know how the value of OMG gets affected by whatever the heck they're doing. I don't know what's going on.
Right.
But Tether on, you know, is the biggest app on Ethereum.
Yes.
That they're using OMG. That's got to be, it's not bad for at least the company Omisego. What do you know?
So
about
I heard about this a little early. So earlier this year, OMG is kind of based out of Japan and in Tokyo. And what's been going on is that the parent company of Omisego got a B round from some of the biggest institutions in Japan. Bank of Mitsubishi, Bank of Toyota invested into the company itself, as well as Tether. So as soon as I saw that, I was like, holy crap, what the hell's going on with OMG? That the parent company is getting all this investment money. And then a couple of weeks later, Tether ended up purchasing about 10% of Celsius Network. And then literally 2 days later, OMG got added. So I was like, oh shit, something's going on with OMG right now. And I just kept digging and digging. I was like, oh, dude, they're going to start putting Tether transactions on OMG. So I just started buying like crazy.
well, you did well on that. Wow.
Yeah, I was buying like at about like $1.70, $2 around that point, and just buying as much as I could. And then I just staked it on Celsius Network, and then I just been divesting myself of it. I mean, it was a good like 4.5, 5x on it so far. You're up on a lot of things. I talked to very few people who know as much about all this stuff. What is your method for gathering information here? What do you stay up? Tons and tons of YouTube videos. Just then from there, I just follow like one big trend I've been following is that Tether is this Leviathan in crypto in the background. What's going on right now is what I think is Tether's doing right now is Tether might be is what you're saying as well, which I feel as well, that they at one moment the government of the United States or some government could kick the chair underneath their feet, and they have to stop doing Tether. So what I think they're doing is they're divesting themselves, and they have so much money on every single corporation, company, and all of crypto. They have money everywhere. There's a reason people don't openly attack Tether that much anymore, because they have their fucking paws on everything. They bought 10% of fucking Celsius. I was like, what the fuck? You know, and then I just started going into a rabbit hole, looking around, what the hell's going on with this? Tether owns this, Tether goes to there, Tether's on Tron, Tether's on Algorand, Tether. It's almost like it's like they're like, hey, you like they're putting themselves on these they're decentralizing their transactions off of Ethereum, right? But what they're also doing is they're buying loyalty from these blockchains. Like, okay, we'll pay your mining fees. We'll have $2-3 billion on Tron, and we're going to pay a lot of fees to you, but then you're going to give us information and stuff. And then they find it, what they're doing is finding insider information by giving so much transaction fees to their miners that people in these blockchains tell them like these projects are doing good. And then they go then acquire equity on these other platforms and stuff. And that's, so I always watch what Tether does, especially in the background, not where Tether puts its money, but like where Tether is putting their investment money into companies. That's a really big thing that they're doing.
How do you follow that?
They announce, I mean, half the time they announce it like, oh, they just purchased this, they purchased that, but people don't pay attention to it because it's just a small little thing, a little article.
They announce this on their Twitter, like just the Tether Twitter, or is it?
Yeah, like a little. Some people that follow it's usually online. There's a couple blogs. I'd have to find the name of the blogs and stuff, but there's typically you'll hear like, oh, Tether just like, even Cointelegraph sometimes. Cointelegraph announces that they just bought this. Or what I really always do is like I always follow any news about a company just purchased percentages. Yeah, they want to print unlimited amounts of my own stablecoins. But basically like Cointelegraph, even though like it's kind of paid and bought, they do sometimes announce like, oh, the parent company of this crypto just got an investment, and then you just read down the article, who invested into it. Tether or this company. And then you look into that company. So what's that company up to right now? Oh, this company also just invested into this company. And then you just start figuring out these little strings. You start kind of crafting a story. Like once you get enough of these strings, you start like, I see a lot of strings going to OMG. What the hell?
The old crime case board on TV.
Right. It's kind of like, have you seen like Always Sunny in Philadelphia when the guy's like going crazy and he's like, with all this but it's just
it might be also to like set up like a Google alert, and anytime Tether and crypto is mentioned.
Most of the Google News is such garbage. I can't.
No, not like Google News, but just like an alert that anytime something's on the web that matches those keywords, it gets sent to your inbox.
Tether, it's gonna be the price. It's gonna be stupid shit.
It's like
a noise to signal with that.
Yeah. Right? I mean, you probably
somehow Litecoin Moses stays up on the news. I'm impressed.
Thank you, man. I mean, I really am like doing this. I mean, I listen to as much as I can all the time. I've got a specific amount of people that I kind of listen to, but
I wonder how though what OMG's token does with this. Like, is it just going up because people? Again, OMG network is great and it's going to help Tether move all their money. But what the hell do you need the token for? Maybe you do. Maybe it's integral. I don't know. That's, you know what? I got to get that on my list to study. Because now the price has been going down. Maybe it goes to hell again. And
it's probably going to chill out at like $4. That's honestly what I think it's going to be like. I think as I sold about like a third of my bag to get all my because it went up so much. I was like, let me get my principal plus like 50% out of this token and then move it into some other stuff. And but basically, if I remember right, with Omise Go, I think it's like validators or something like that as well. So because all these transactions are happening and stuff on Tether, I mean on
staking. I remember that staking on the validators, maybe.
Some of the OMG gets burned, I think, and then give it to the validators and stuff, or the staking token holders. But what's going on right now with Ethereum? So Tether is doing some weird thing right now with Omise Go and Ethereum, where Tether somehow, what it looks like to me is Tether has some sort of weird deal with the Ethereum miners, where it's like almost like Tether and the Ethereum miners have gone like this together, and they've essentially created an OPEC system where they're using Omise Go as their pressure release valve. So it's like let's just say they could move. Technically, let's just say they could move all the transactions off of Ethereum onto Omise Go, right? And then the cost of gas would go down to like, cool, 25 cents, 50 cents, nice. It would loosen up the system. But then the miners have also they've liked those extra fees because they're earning, they process these blocks, they get the block reward, right? And then they also get as a sweetener some of the gas fees on top of that too, which gets paid a little bit to the miners, right? And so they like the gas fees, right? So what's going on now is like they're taking some of they're taking, let's just say if the average transaction fee on Ethereum is like $6, they've taken it to 4 or 5 or something, and they're kind of keeping it there. I think they could. So they took about $1 billion off of Tron and moved it back into Ethereum. But when they moved it to Ethereum, because Omise Go is a layer 2 solution, it's like basically they just moved half that money onto Omise Go. So it was kind of a vote of disconfidence in Tron. I don't know what. There's a story there to say that they felt comfortable, and like you would think they would just take $1 billion.
Oh. Litecoin frozen. What's that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Moses.
Oh, Moses.
We'll get a reset.
He's frozen. Well, anyways. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, I got him out. Let's see if we can kick him back in. No, not yet. I think he's got a reset.
Well, what's next?
Well, we are breaking in to the top 25. So since I had that question about the top 100, figured we can answer this while he comes back. Yeah, he just popped out, so it looks like he's coming back in here in a little bit. Coin that's, say, outside the top 50 that you could see being there by year's end.
Below 50. Let's see. I don't like these year's end. I don't do timing. Like if the whole market goes down, everything's gonna. Well, I guess it's outperforming.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So your favorite coin outside the top 50.
Okay. Let's see here.
While you're looking that up, I'll just go with Kusama, just because.
I mean, as far as market cap, Binance USD, I could see that growing faster than other things. I wonder if Balancer keeps growing, but I wouldn't invest in it. I don't know. No, you know what? Yeah, I'm too. That's just beyond my prediction ability. There's none of my faves are there, you know, and I have my, you know, there's so much going on now. Like the way this OMG 2 just came from out of nowhere to me, you know, I usually know what's going on. It's just like Tezos going OMG, really? Like I didn't see that coming. Yeah. And there's so much happening now. How can you possibly follow it? What I like to do is just I pick a few things that I know, that I like, and I stay really informed in case I fall out of love with it. Like when I loved Kyber and I was following it every day, and I fell out of love, and now I'm done with it. But and I have that with Ren. I just have a couple that I know, and other things sort of will strike me as, oh, that's the type of, like now my new radar is I want to find layer 2 solutions that have legs. So I will look into this OMG because the fact that they have Tether means they may get more, and then this thing could grow. So is the token worth it? I don't know, but I would look, you know, I have certain things that I look for, and then just keep it somewhat narrow. I want to have depth of understanding and a couple things, you know, and as Warren Buffett says, you know, study really hard. He doesn't say know your shit, but you know what the hell have a really strong knowledge, understanding, and then bet big, as opposed to, you know, spreading money and all this different stuff that you all think, oh, maybe these are good and maybe that's good. So that's sort of the approach I have. Like I have a lot of money. My number one biggest investment is Ethereum. And I feel good with that because I've studied, I know it as well as I can know it. And I know that I know a lot more than most people. So I'd rather just bet big on Ethereum with huge knowledge, whatever, advantage, then have that same amount of money spread in 10 different tokens that I'm like, what am I doing? You know, that I don't really know deeply. So I guess when you start getting deep here, in the below 50s, a lot of these at this point, it was different in 2017 too. It was like, you sort of knew what their theme was. You knew they didn't launch. I don't know. Now it's like a lot of these things are up and running, and who knows what the hell's going on. It seems really hard to be sort of Jim Cramer lightning round on 150 tokens right now. You know?
I'm not trying to stick you to anything. So yeah. I was going to go just like for price and kind of momentum. Kusama was my pick just because anything DOT, I feel is picking up steam. And then we have the shill round breaking out in the chat. So we got some Ocean Protocol going on. We talked about that earlier. Kusama, what's up, Kinetics? Also said Binance USD. We got a block stack. Loop ring. More support or block stack. And Road Warrior, I see your question, man. I think we're going to get to that, just not yet because we're cracking the top 25 now. So actually, we kind of touched on a few of these, actually a lot of these. Monero, Atom or Cosmos, Stellar, Tezos. I guess one that you can really speak to well is BNB, because I know you were really bullish on it at one point and it kind of backed off, and I know you're a big CZ fan just because he is a leader expert. So where are you at now?
I love the big, great leaders. CZ's awesome. You know, I feel like in the long run, he'll figure something out. It's the biggest exchange for, I think, fiat to crypto. And if the bull starts running, all of a sudden everybody around the world wants to get some. I think Binance will run with that. Right now, what's hot is DeFi, and Binance is not really DeFi. I think CZ's like, oh shit, he's trying to figure out how to pivot to that, and he doesn't really even know much. I don't know. He's sort of not. So I have some as a long-term hold. I think, like I said, you get that long-term story of everybody tries to get on. But as far as today, like they're not where it's hot. You know, they're decentralized exchange. It's like it's not really decentralized, and they don't have any DeFi, and the average person is not dying to get into crypto right now. And so they're the biggest for that fiat to crypto, but I don't know. So it's plugging along, and I hold what I have a little bit, but I'm not sort of buying more now. It's just, I don't know. You know, it's a hodl. I like it long term. I don't think it goes away. But CZ's got to be figuring something out and pivoting. He'll probably, and 6 months from now, there'll be some announcement. They're doing something awesome, I bet. But right now, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, I know what they're doing. It's just no one's that excited about it. Yeah. And the growth, I don't know how their growth is. And their token model, their token model used to be the best. It was like they're really accruing value to the token with all the things they're doing. But now a lot of those seem a little gimmicky, and it's not.
They got aggressive with burning there too, didn't they, at one point?
Yeah, well, they're burning tokens, but they're tokens that they already have in their treasury, and that's real. It's a thing, but it's not the same as, you know, they're not paying a dividend, which now is cool. They're the amount they burn isn't some fixed thing. It's just it's sort of arbitrary, which, you know, it's their how value accrues to the token question, which, yeah, I think is so important that I think a lot of people overlook. Like people like Loopring and OMG and like people using these and like, or with the Stellar, but why is the token valuable? And with BNB now, there's a little bit of that going on. Whereas a year ago, it seemed like they had so many reasons that the token could go up, and now, and again, their thing was with their exchange listings. You know, Binance would list a new token, and then you had to buy the BNB to get into it, and that was awesome. But now it's like you want to list a token, it's Uniswap. Like it's not Binance. Like, I mean, Binance is cool. I'm sure no one would be mad to be on Binance, but Uniswap is what's hot right now, and you don't need to pay anything. And and it, you know, and Binance is playing catch up. The hot new tokens get listed on Uniswap, and then 3 weeks later they get added on Binance. And you know, it's cool, but he's no longer. They're not leading right now. So, and it Decentralized is leading. I don't know. Maybe he won't pivot. Maybe, you know, it was sort of he had a 2-year star, and now I don't know. But whatever. I wouldn't hold a lot of it, but I wouldn't dump it either.
So you still have a little bit in your portfolio?
Yeah, very little. It's my, you remember I have in my crypto portfolio,
yeah,
basically just Ethereum, whatever, 35%, Ren 20%, and 5% for a bunch of crap, and Binance is in there.
Okay, gotcha. We touched on it a little bit, I guess, when we were talking about Litecoin, but I think, you know, just the privacy coin topic for XMR Monero. Do you see any case for it, like, going forward? Just because I see all these solutions coming on for security, privacy.
Who are you talking about?
Monero.
Yeah.
So I mean, Monero is like the privacy coin. So you also have like a Zcash or something like that. But now you're getting privacy or security solutions for all these other coins. Now that, you know, technology is evolving, development's evolving, and it's, you know,
well, I used to say
it's going to be, you know, sucked in or sucked up by all these, you know, other coins.
I used to say privacy is a feature, not a token, right?
Right.
It's like, oh, there'll be privacy features on Ethereum and that any token can use, and that probably will happen eventually, but not today, and it's coming pretty slowly, I now realize. And so even if that's correct in the long run, in the short run, if you really want privacy, you do need a token that has privacy. But to me, what's more important is liquidity and use, and be able to use it. I started liking Zcash because I started seeing things that, so you have Zcash can be totally secure with great privacy on its own chain, but then you'll be able to port it onto Ethereum and be integrated within Ethereum. And Ren can let you bring Zcash on. And I heard other projects talking about integrating Zcash. When people talk about integrating a privacy token into their blockchain, they often seem to talk about Zcash either because they're, you know, Zcash is out there, you know, meeting people, or maybe the software is just more compatible or something. And that made me start to think that Zcash would be a winner, whereas Monero feels more Bitcoin, off in their own little world, and it's good. But if you're not connected to everything, you know, this is part of the DeFi thing, is everything is like, should be able to be connected and whip around to this, that, and the other. And so it's not just to have privacy, it's to have privacy that you can use on either on Ethereum or different chains or in different applications. So Monero, I'm not a super expert on it, but it feels sort of like just off in its own little world. That's my feeling. My worry about Litecoin as well would be that it has this feature, but it's like, for what? Like, maybe it is bigger. It's a much bigger token. So, you know, maybe once it has privacy and it's already so big that it would actually work out. But so Monero didn't excite me for that reason. Just
all right. Another one I just see as a popular requested coin to talk about, VeChain. Tracking the supply chain, it seems like on the surface to me like actually a valid use case to find out how a good gets from point A to point B, you know, for what blockchain is. It seems kind of like the idea was built for that. So do you have any takes on VeChain?
Well, I think whenever you start to bridge real world to blockchain world, blockchain is awesome as long as you're just working within technology. I mean, the technology, right? But as soon as you need real world information and you need to get that to the blockchain, that's when you lose your trustlessness. Because, you know, so the idea with VeChain would be everybody's sharing one database, which is cool. But still, whoever receives the package has to like scan it properly and put it in. It's not like some trustless thing that like, oh, the token arrives and we automatically, everybody knows. Like, it's the shipment arrives, and if the guy doesn't scan the bar, nobody knows. Like, so it's not, and so I think there's a big gap as soon as you try to bridge real world to blockchain, and there's a lot of friction there that I think people are underestimating. Then the other theory is that, so assuming even without that friction, the idea is that it's just one database that everybody shares. And I wonder how much of that is fantasy, or the devil you don't know. When we used to have a problem in the company and people say, oh, well, instead of using this, we could use this, which will solve that problem we have. And so then we switch to this, and now we solve that problem, but now we have a new problem with this one. So it's like, oh, let's create a whole new system for tracking things, because then we'll all be sharing one database. But now you got another problem, like, how do you come up with new features and how do you upgrade? If it's decentralized, everyone's going to vote on the new features, or is it centralized at first and then they're going to decentralize? But who's going to get on if it's not decentralized? So this VeChain, to me, I would wait to see some sort of big numbers, and then of course you get to the issue of, well, what does the token have to do with it? Also, if it's probably would be permissioned. They're not going to just, are they going to let anyone use? This is a truly decentralized database. I don't know that much about it other than being skeptical. So I'm too skeptical to do the work. And plus I'm sticking with all digital things, anything that tries to connect to the real world, except for, Binance a little bit. That's sort of their thing. They're connecting the fiat world to crypto, but that's one I'm sort of rolling with.
All right. Well, we had a mention of Michael Rasmussen mentioned bullish on VeChain, Icon, and Hex. And look who just came back just in time for Hex, and he's gone, is Litecoin Moses. So we'll try it again. I tried to add him. Let's see. All right. So I know there are actually a lot of Hex fans tuning in right now. Any updated opinion on it? I think you.
Well, I just hope I don't know if Hex people, if the XRP army has moved to Hex, or if Hex is looking to XRP for inspiration on how to be morons. First of all, nothing again beyond. Let's forget about Hex, whether it's the greatest or the worst. I'm talking about the people who love Hex. This thing that people do. And I think the XRP army, was invented it and was the king of it. He's back.
Fuck.
Holy Moses. This idea of, like, I'll make a video about right? Ampleforth. And then someone will make a comment, the elastic supply is an interesting feature, blah, blah, blah. And then someone comments on that and says, buy Hex. It's like, where are you? Like, what? And so not only is it annoying, the person who posts that thinks that they're helping the token by commenting off topic by,
Yeah.
So just please, whether Hex is great or not, stop being such idiots.
Dude,
I don't think it worked for XRP either. I mean, it's
and I'm seeing this with the fucking I'm seeing this right now with the worst offenders right now. Yeah, XRP is notorious for this shit. When XRP to $586, when XRP is going to go to 500 one moon, right? And then the other thing is the Chainlink Marines right now. That's another one going crazy right now. Chainlink, bro. Chainlink, dude. Come join the Marines, bro. Come on.
Yeah. And you're talking about just, something completely different. So
yeah,
that is.
I miss.
But my thought on Hex is that I like Richard, like I said, for many reasons, partly just because he speaks so slowly. And he's great in general, and it's a great idea that he has. He's sort of a DeFi coin, but it's not. The problem, we lost him. He's back. The problem with Hex for me is I don't see it being integrated for, maybe it's part of, like, one of the reasons I like Richard. It reminds me of me a little. He's such a contrary, sort of his own person. I don't know what the word for it is, such an individual, And so I don't see Hex as being integrated into other things. No one takes it seriously.
But why does it have to be? I'll give you a little pushback on that. Why does it have to be integrated if it's complete and its design is to just kind of like lock your money away instead of trading it and losing your money?
Well, the idea would be that the token is value and it's collateral. I think that things that will have the most value are the things that sort of are used in many different places and with many different applications, and that's how you have bigger adoption. So right now, there's people who look at it and go, oh, that's cool, and you can lock it up, and this and that, and it's trusted, and it's a smart contract, and there's all these reasons you can like it, but that's all it is. It's not also Hex is accepted in MakerDAO. Also, you know,
what time?
What's that?
I mean, that's what time. I think a lot of people right now are waiting for basically our version of I mean, it's the AA phase, but it's ICO phase is what other people think it is. Like, oh, okay. Well, yeah. Oh, okay. I was like, what? I think a lot of people are just skittish about it, especially some of the bigger players. They're going to wait to see what happens after because like our ICO phase essentially ends in November. So I think if you're going to start getting people hopping on the train somewhere probably, February, just maybe March.
You think so? Well, I'm also thinking, well, I don't know what percentage were people from Bitcoin that got it for free, and then you become unlocked, and then they all sell it, so then you get this sell pressure.
It's not that much tokens. I mean, yeah, like you get to what maximum, let's just say you got in day one, what 12,000 Hex tokens.
Well, is there a chart that shows like a page with a graph that shows how many tokens become unlocked on which date, and then you could see a spike? Where do you have a URL you share on that?
Yeah, hex.live and hex.info. There's a lot of places, and there's hex.charts, I think, as well.
So
it's pretty transparent. It's got a lot of information. I'm probably not the best person to ask about all the websites, but I know that all the information's out there. Hex.live, hex.info, and then I think hex.charts has a lot of visual charts as well. Hey, Cabana, do you remember the name of that website? Was like hex.graphics or hex. Like it was like kind of like hex graphics.
I don't, but I'm sure somebody in chat will. Right.
Oh, he went on stream. The guy who made the website went on stream with us. I just totally forgot his name. It was a while ago on Discord Syndicate. He was like a lawyer, I think, and he made a whole website like with infographics and stuff and like cool like visual representations of data, which is like it was really nice.
Hex.info, hex.live. What was the other one? Because both of those are not showing me what I want. You had a third one.
Vision, is it?
Oh, charts or something.
Hex.vision, or HexVision.
Oh, it was hex.vision.
.vision.
Oh, somebody just posted it.
Right there, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have a list of website names. I get asked this all the time, dude. And I keep fucking like, but yeah.
So, well, I mean, I hope it does well. Let's see what this is.
Yeah.
Staked open.
I mean, if you're into data and studying, I would think it would kind of almost be up Dave's alley, just because so much data is available on the coin as opposed to so much other crypto.
Well, the issue. So one thing, data would be how much you earn, from staking. Right. And I don't know, everyone, when I talked to Richard Hart on his show and then I asked a question, I'm like, wait a second, I don't get it. Everyone was like, you're such an idiot. Maybe this stuff is easier for everybody else. I don't know. But, so how much do you earn by staking? And it's like, so you're being paid in the token itself. So that's sort of a circular thing that's confusing. Most other things you pay a dividend. I'm earning a dividend in like Bitcoin or a dividend in Ether. So that's different than the token I own. And then the other thing is all the different equations. I remember when the thing was launching, it was like, you know, the amplifier and this, and if you hold
game theory,
if you know, and it's like, how do you calculate what you're getting, and what you're getting is in the token you own, which is the volatile price.
Right. So okay, let me give you a baseline. So the absolute minimum that you're going to get on your hex so you want to stake your hex for 1 year in order to get the big payday bonus, which is like basically from day one, which was last year, to like mid-November, which is the last day, you're getting a special bonus essentially. So for all the Bitcoins that are not claimed, right, there's a special bonus. So imagine all those are 10,000 each Bitcoin. All 21 million or 18 million of the Bitcoins are times that by 10,000, and those tokens will get distributed to all the people who staked from 1 to like 15 years. That's a bonus. After the first year, it's just regular percentages, which I can tell you rough percentages. But let me tell you. So let's just say you had 1 million hex, which is like $3,000 today. $3,000 staked for 1 year. So what's today? The 25th or something, or the 21st?
27th.
The 27th of, so on the 29th of next year, right? You'll get your hex. Cool. The absolute minimum that you're going to get in interest is another million. It's a 2x on your principal essentially. So with the bonuses and everything like that. I'm sorry, in one year. You have to stake, 1 year to get the big payday bonus. So there's a big bonus
but that's the payday. What about after? So starting in December for the next year, after the Bitcoin payday.
So okay, so this is the game theory behind it, is that depending on how many. So let's just say everyone was staked, right? Everyone would get about 3.69%. That would be the interest rate for staking for 1 year. But the thing is not everyone's going to do that. So right now, currently, there's about 15% people staking, or maybe 20% staking, right? So the APR would equate somewhere between 20 to like 30% APR per year. That's what it is. And every year you stake longer. So let's just say you stake for 2 years, you add 20% on top of that. So you're talking about 24 or 25%. 3 years, another 20% on top of that, 25%. And then it just keeps going until you
per year, or it's same amount plus a bonus.
Same
Like 10% for 1 year, and then if it's 20% for 2 years, does that mean it's 20% and then compounding 20% the next year?
Yes. So it compounds. You get extra bonuses on top of that as well. And there's some other little bonuses, like the bigger the stake or the longer the stake, you get more interest essentially. But there's also another bonus for staking longer, is that let's just say the price of hex goes up like crazy, like during the markets, everything goes like crazy. Some people will have hit the halfway point on their stake and say, you know what, fuck it, emergency end stake. I want my principal back. They get their principal back, but all that, let's just say that million that they would have got gets given away to the people staking. So when you have longer stakes, you end up accruing extra bonuses essentially from people just like fudding out essentially. The interest that they get never disappears. It just gets transferred off to the staker class. And that's just how, and this is it's kind of a cool thing.
What I always come to in my head, and again, and for those of you, and people are emotional about hex too, whatever. I'm not saying it is bad. Right. I'm not saying it's not going to the moon. I'm just saying for me, it just feels like a game, not in that it's a game and to poo-poo it, but my ability to analyze it feels like, I'm playing chess, right? And there's nothing wrong with playing. It's just like, well, what are other people going to do, and how much? And if I stake, it's not like there's a right or wrong thing.
Right.
It sort of depends on what everyone else does.
I think a lot of that.
So it just feels like a game, and again, there's nothing wrong with it. Maybe it's not a game, but to me,
it is a game.
I feel like
there is game theory involved.
It's like roulette. I don't know.
Yeah, there is game theory involved in it, and I think the biggest part of that game is probably the big payday November, like what's the date, 19th or something like that. Once you get past that, then it gets a little bit more simplified.
Right.
The main thing is, to me, is if you are staked, say, longer, and you kind of hold up your end of the bargain, so you keep your stakes, and other people FUD out, you're just going to accrue more interest for what you already have. And the big payday is like that's kind of like a big event, just because it's like, okay, well, into what percentage is staked going in and how many free claims for Bitcoin and all that stuff. That disappears after November 19th, but you also miss the big payout if you get in after.
You showed me these 3 links. I looked. I still am not seeing. We should be able to see, because it must be on chain or something, that, how many on December 21st, X thousand number of coins become unstaked, and that they could either restake or whatever. And
so
I feel like you should be able to look at that somewhere. To me, that would be the main metric, because the key is how many people, when it becomes available, restake, and for how long, when is a lot becoming, and then you would want to, the time you want to sell is right before a bunch of people have the choice to sell. And the time you'd want to buy is, whatever. That would be the one game metric I could sort of follow.
So on the first day of the AA, which was the first day the token, essentially you could purchase it online or whatever. There's a billion hex on the first day. And each day after that, there's 500 million hex being made every day. So right now we have an inflation rate of 500 million hex being made every day. So we have another 40 billion more tokens being created, and then the interest rate drops down to about 3% at that point, because then all the tokens are created and they're in the ecosystem. So on the first day of
they'll still create 3%. They're all made, except for the 3% a year.
Except for there's a 3% yearly inflation rate. That's it. But so on day one after big payday, the first stuff that comes undone, the first people that came out, you have roughly about 1 billion tokens coming online from the stakes. So that'll be roughly, because of the big payday bonuses, you're looking at about like 2.5 billion tokens. 2.5 billion hex coming online, along with a little bit of other stuff. So they could be about 3 billion tops. Yeah.
I don't know. Originally, I thought I would just sell it all as soon as I'm able to sell it. I'm starting to think I might roll the dice a little bit, hold it a little longer, because it's
bro. I mean, like the way
it would be more fun if I could follow stats. I don't know. I want to.
It has the best stats in crypto, in my opinion.
Where? Show me when I'm looking at these 3 things. I want to see how many tokens become unstakeable at what dates. That's what I want to see.
Oh my God, I'll find the website right now. God damn it.
Well, you guys can post it, on it. We don't have to do it right now. In this, below the video, in the comments, or you can email me. But if people who are watching want to see it, you put it in the comments. I don't know. But
all right. Well, while Litecoin does that research, something you could answer. We've done it for top 100, top 50, top 25, a coin that's outside the top 25 that you could see getting into it while we look into that. An up-and-comer outside of the top.
Can you say that again?
Just an up-and-comer outside of the top 25, kind of like we did. What coin outside of the top 100 could get into the top 100? We did top 50. Now we're top 25. What's outside of the top 25 you think that could, get in there?
Dai's been growing pretty fast.
Here, let me take a look.
I ran in there.
I think with the hype and the Polkadot popularity cycle, I think Energy Web Token's my pick.
Kusama, Dot's already in the top 10 already. It just hasn't been listed yet. I think you'll see Polkadot on CoinMarketCap as soon as it's listed on Coinbase.
Yeah, it's basically just a million times whatever.
There's so much gatekeeping, dude. Like I really we got into crypto to get away from gatekeeping, and then there's all these websites, and then there's all these exchanges that say no, you can't post these. It's where Dave's kind of right. We're supposed to be DeFi, and it's decentralized and it's free.
Yeah, but look at Uniswap. fastest growing exchange. They have almost everything, or certainly anything on Ethereum. Some of the hottest tokens listed there first. So the DeFi, it's there.
Yeah.
It is growing, you know. So.
Okay, so hit hex.vision, then click staking. Let me see if I'll go on the website too, just so I can talk you through it. Let me see.
Okay, so what am I looking at here?
We will make Dave a hex again today.
That's funny. Actually, what is like what jives with this is Dave would fit right in with the entrepreneurs, business owners. Like that is like the staking class of hex, which is I don't know, just seems like a match. I'm not even trying to shill, but I just thought of that.
Stake expiring is the red.
Right. So that's where you have a large amount of the hex coming out.
So that's the 10, 11, and then 215. So that it's got, yeah. So we'll see what the price is. So that's the real, it starts September, October. You know, that we'll see what the price is by the end of February. If it doesn't get killed, that's the test.
Yeah. But either way, like the way I played it is I have stakes coming out every single month from now to 15 years from now. So I'm a long-term holder. I'm playing whatever happens. If the boat goes like this or low or really high, I'm cashing in, baby. And I'm restaking. But that's the way I played it. Some people played it, you know, like I know people that have done this for some family members as well. They want to take the bet. They took a couple $1,000 and they had one big stake every year around their birthday, so they don't forget. So the first year it could be an okay amount of money. The second year it could be really great, but I mean it could.
Wait, I was looking at this incorrectly. I was looking at 2030. Okay, where are we? We're 2020.
Yeah, those are the 10-year stakes that are getting maxed out of their.
Yeah.
11. Okay, November 4th, 2020. That's a big day.
Yeah, so some people are
12-4. So those are two, you know, and then 11-4 and then 12-4. I probably get my tokens on 12-6, right after everybody else gets to sell them. But so that's going to be it. Sort of has to survive. A lot is becoming available. Well, no, these go in years here. So okay, this is like each one is a month.
You get in before big payday, you're going to get way more bonus than you would after.
Right. So even though you get more hex, you have to look at the shares. So when you go on the website itself, like just go on hex on CoinMarketCap and then click the website, and from there, when you stake on like was it hex.win, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hex.com now, right?
Yeah, hex.com, right? Yeah, hex.com. You can it shows you a share rate, and the share rate it really matters. So right now it's like I don't know, you get I forgot how many hex it is, but
1.07.
Yeah, per hex, right? Because it's a trillion share. Like how much is a trillion shares?
Oh, that I don't know off the top of my head. I just know that, like the share rate's like 1.07. It's been going up per day.
Yeah.
And so once big payday hits, that thing just.
So let's just say you have one share equals one hex. Just to explain it to Dave. So when you're staking, you let's just say you stake a million hex, and then you have a million shares, and you stake it for a long time, right? Your share rate is like a percentage of the total supply, right? And then when you end stake, you get because of they calculate your percentage of that you have of the supply, and then you get that percentage of the interest that's into the ether, right? Basically, because you know how people for your bonuses and everything. But what ends up happening is that it's a bunch of game theory in this, but when you end stake, your share rate, because your gains, you make the share rate go up. So what ends up happening is in the future, you might need 3 hex to equal 1 share. So then, in order to get the same amount of money, so someone would have to stake 3 times the amount of hex in order and go a little bit longer than you in order to, so let's just say you stake for 1 year. So you would have to have some guy do 3 million hex for about a year and 1 day to get as much as you just did. And so over time, because people are getting all these coins, you they don't want to be left behind and they want to keep earning coins, so it incentivizes people to stake for a little bit longer, obviously, just so they can spend some of their hex now, but also keep getting their hex back in the future, that's kind of the big game theory about it. People really like these kind of games and stuff. So it's really, you think it's really simple. It's simple to explain, but then when you really get into it, you're like, holy crap, there's so much.
It's not simple at all, but but that's sort of like, that's why I think it's also a little bit of a game. I mean, someone's saying it's like a CD, which Richard loves to say, and that it's true, and then you lock it up. But a CD, like, I know what that is. Like, beyond the fact that our banks now are totally stupid and not doing what they're supposed to do. But if banks were what they're supposed to do, is you give them the money, they're loaning it out to people who will create value, which creates more money. They get that back, and they give some of that to you. Like, I get that.
Yeah.
Like, and then, your game is that you predict that they're actually going to loan it to businesses that do well. This is just whether other people, it's whether there'll be more people coming in and the timing of people getting in and out, so, which I don't have any metric on, again, with the bank thing, with the CD, I could predict possibly, whether the economy is good, whether the bank knows how to make loans. They tell me the percent I'm getting. It's a fixed, it's something that I feel like I could measure possibly, and even that's difficult. This is like you're predicting other people's behaviors and timing of their behaviors. So and then the adoption, I like if other projects start adopting this token, and I guess now you're saying, well, that's early, but I don't see that happening. I certainly don't see it happening now. Maybe later it does. If it did start happening, that would certainly change the equation.
Well, it's because Hex has a big. Hex has a pretty big community for what it does, and eventually it will just be added on, because it's going to be like probably an up and coming DeFi platform is going to say, you know what, let's do it, because they could sort of figure out roughly what they're going to get, and the gains would be crazy on it. So it's like, why not? I mean, in terms of more hex, essentially, right? Because when you get paid out in interest and stuff, when I think if the way it works out, like let's just say you're on Compound, you get paid in more DAI token, right? Or more, right? I mean, right now when you have USDC, when you stake your USDC inside a Compound, do they pay you in Compound, or do they pay you in more USDC?
You get paid in what you stake.
Right. So as long because Hex can always pay what's staked, then they never have a problem paying you out. Which I think that's what they're really going to like, essentially, is that like, oh, no matter what it is, I mean, what they'll probably do is like, you'll get paid out what the stake does. And people will be like, all right, so they'll be able to park their money there and then be able to get, Compound or help out Compound and do their stuff, essentially. And then a lot of these DeFi tokens are probably going to like it because it can always pay more. So as long as they're paying interest in Hex and they get the Hex and they're paying the interest on it, the contract on Hex can always pay the interest no matter what happens. So that's really reassuring to like DeFi projects, because cool, this asset will perform perfect. We can hold it as a reserve here and just keep on trucking, essentially, if that makes sense. But there probably will be something where, like, at least with the Hex, they might do something where like the DeFi projects stake Hex for 1 month, and then whatever interest that is, that's the interest they get back in interest, and then that's just what it is. Then you could remove it or something. So I'm thinking there's going to be like pools where like 1 week of Hex, 2 weeks, 1 month, you have to leave your hexing on the inside of like Compound for a year, and that's probably going to happen, because as long as the terms are up front when they do with Compound and stuff, saying like, deposit your Hex here, 1 million Hex for 1 year, cool, boom, done, and then that's it. And you can't remove it until 1 year, because if you try to take out the Hex earlier, you're not going to get the interest until halfway point. At the halfway point, you can just get your principal out. But if you try to remove Hex before the halfway point on your stake, then you get penalized. So there has to be, at least with these staking platforms, you have to pick a time date with Hex when you're depositing it to get the interest. But I think the DeFi platforms are really going to like that. They're going to get their money and more money all the time. So, and probably they're going to charge a fee on top of it as well for doing it. if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get it. No,
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, we'll
see what the price is when mine unlock, and hopefully I can make enough that I don't mind leaving some in there.
Okay, cool. But I mean, I don't know. I'd recommend. I mean, I don't know. You could do it. I mean, I would get a.
My real hot. The problem is, again, I'm not. It's just because I don't buy something. I've never bought Apple. It's not because Apple sucks. It's just whatever. Right? And then I got a Google phone. I use Google stuff. I don't know, so it's not, no offense to the Hex community or Richard Hart. I don't get it. Like Ethereum, I have things where I get it and I feel confident. Because the other thing that happens, if I have a sense of when I'm really confident, because to me, the key is when something goes down, if Ethereum falls by 30% tomorrow, oh, am I happy? I'm buying more. I mean, granted, I don't know that I'm looking forward to another 3-year bear market, but whatever. I'm not going to change my thesis. Whereas something when I'm not confident and then it starts going down and you hear all the negative thing, and then all of a sudden I hate it and then I sell low. So if I don't have that full confident understanding and it checks off all the boxes for the things I'm looking for, I don't get into it because it's dangerous for me that I get scared. When do we get to shit on Cardano?
Right now. That was an excellent segue by Road Warrior 86. So, Cardano, and I'm going to take a brief break and let you two discuss this wonderful coin that Litecoin Moses just hates. No, I'm just kidding.
I love to hate Cardano.
Yeah, see, it's going to be a wonderful discussion. So where should we start? What's good with, or do you want to start, Moses?
Sure. I mean, what do you want? You want what's good or what's bad?
Well, what's good?
I'll take over.
They will love it.
If I'm looking at this from like a bird's eye view, macro wise, right? I like Charles in terms of like how he presents himself. I know that he talks pretty like maybe a slight, not superiority complex, but sort of like he talks like really sciencey and stuff and everything. But in terms of like I don't know if when you look at him, he gives me a little bit of a light Steve Jobs vibe, very light. Like he's sort of like he's like a republic. He farms. He's a tech dude. He likes animals. He's a rancher and shit. It's like he hits a bunch of fucking boxes and stuff. At least when you're looking at him and stuff and everything. The fucker was in Mongolia. He got drunk off of fucking what was it? Fermented yak milk and stuff that he got tricked into and stuff, or he drank like scorpion tequila or something. Like it was pretty. The guy's pretty interesting in terms of that, which is cool, kind of cool, and he is pretty meticulous and stuff. But I mean, what do you think about him, Dave?
Well, so first of all, the whole thing with the idea that a professor, like if you said to me, just in general, a bunch of professors like are going to create a business or a software company or something, I'd be like, that sounds like a disaster. But they take this sort of, we are professors and we do research as an advantage. And their whole thing of like, what is there? We're creating an airplane. What was that analogy? It's like Ethereum. I don't think Ethereum does. We'll build it and it breaks and we don't care. I think they're very great about their development. But Cardano has this sort of perfectionist attitude, which I think is just the enemy, as Jeff Bezos says. Don't let perfection get in the way of success. And so I had in 2017, I had this vibe of they're never going to launch. Like it's just never going to happen because they're so into being perfect and everything needs to be perfect before it launches. So I had a big and then the other thing was I'm also, my metric hasn't launched. Is it decentralized? It wasn't decentralized. They're going to decentralize. I mean, they said they were going to decentralize in 2017. And then I used to make fun of them for years. I'm like, they said they're decentralized in 2017. They're not. Finally, in July, I believe the reason it pumped was there said, we are launching, apparently it was this fork to Shelley, but they were saying, we're launching, we're gonna be decentralized. Charles Hoskinson in his interviews, we're gonna be 100 times more decentralized than Ethereum.
Right.
And then the token went up and they launched. And so I was just looking at it like recently because we were coming on here and he mentioned Cardano, and I was like, I'll look it up. Turns out decentralization hasn't launched yet. Now it's supposed to launch in November or some other, and then next year. And it's just like, and again, nothing is, it's this, I think this intellectual theater. And I think all the things you like about him strike me as phony, cheesy, like I'm picturing whatever he went to Mongolia. Like I don't buy, I think the guy is, I think he's a bullshitter. You know, or a super intellectual, you know, can talk about politics very intelligently, you know, and they all sound really smart and they're all using huge words, and then you know, but it doesn't actually make any sense. And I remember one time back again in 2017, he had a long video, it was like 45 minutes, talking about how everything would work, and it was all, if you listen to it, it sounds brilliant. And I broke down, I did a video, I think, or at least I personally did this, just broke down each of his points and it was all, I just think it's all a bunch of BS. I don't.
Hyperbole, bullshit, basically. Like,
he sucked. A lot of people who like are smart enough to like be there and be analyzing and then think they don't know enough. And he does this air of, I know it all. And I'm throwing out breadcrumbs of buzzwords. And I don't trust that. I don't like him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it just in terms of just what like, because I always rate crypto sort of based off their like I have something called it's called the box. It's like the 4 points essentially, right? Like you want to be an L7 loser, you want to be a square bear, right? Like one of the points of the box is the leader. Another point is the community, exchanges, and then institutional investors and stuff, or like not institutional investors. Exchanges, investors is one point, and the last point is pretty much what does the coin do essentially, and can it do it? Those are the 4 points of the box, right? But the two most important points of the box are community and the leader, right? And if let's just say I'm investing into Cardano, but I'm really only investing in it for this cycle top, right? And just to make profit, does it have a community? Very big community. Does it have a leader? Okay, cool. Is the leader active? Yeah. Can he speak English? Good. Okay. I mean, that's a big. We have sort of a bias against a lot of like when I think one reason I know Tron, the guy from Tron, he gets shit on a lot and stuff for like he really is trying. I wouldn't count him as a lazy dude. Like the guy's out here hustling, even though he's exaggerating the truth a lot and fake partnerships and this and that. But to tell you the truth, if I think this is really fucked up to say, but if Justin Tron was like spoke English and wasn't Asian, I mean, not that, but if he just spoke English and it wasn't from Asia, what I'm trying to say, the coin would be probably way higher in market cap just because people would believe the bullshit more. But since
but I mean, are you betting on people like? But my metrics are different. Those metrics are your things, and we have a difference of opinion on him as a leader. But my metrics now are, well, first of all, it's not decentralized yet. So who's going to put a lot of money on it? Nobody. So there's not a lot of money staked, or other than maybe Cardano token itself. But no one's moving a lot of money there because it's not decentralized. They're not going to. There's no users. There's nothing happening. And I have been wrong before. If all of a sudden they decentralize they spent their time and it was worth it because now everybody's coming and it's so awesome and they really did leapfrog Ethereum. I'll change my tune, but I am not believing anything until I see the users, the assets locked up, lots of tokens of value moving around, things actually launching. And it appears to me, I feel like there's a lot of smoke and mirrors with the whole, oh, we're launching decentralized soon. And they said, oh, no. What we said was we were launching this soon, and then it's coming. And then it was like, well, I thought you said it was launching here. no. And it's always like, so I don't trust at all. And so until I see real volume, I wouldn't get near it.
Right. I think people got a little bit more like, I mean, I was just buying Cardano because maybe one day they might do what they're saying. So why not? So I was throwing like, spare change into it.
Ever since they did that fork, it's been going down. Granted, things have been going, I mean, who knows? As far as price going up or down, anything can happen. I just love hating Cardano.
But so on Cardano, right? They did the incentivized testnet, which went really well. So they were testing out whether staking and the whole system would work, validating nodes, and just you already know how a proof of stake chain works essentially. So they did it. They did that for about 4.5, 6 months. Worked great, cool. The pools worked out good. It got a lot. They helped a lot of people on board. They got some YouTubers to make their own stuff and everything like that. It was all working properly. People staking there. About 40% of Cardano was staked on the pools during that time. Now that its staking is finally gone live and Shelly is live now, they actually do have staking and their staking network's working right now. But what's going on right now is that even though the price went down, what's going on is that the percentage of the total supply is starting to go up in the staking pools, which then restricts supply, which then will help the price out. So I think the price is going to do better as you're probably going to see a price increase once. So the number you should be watching is what's the total supply locked up in their staking pools of Cardano. Right now it's like 40% or maybe 38% roughly right now. You're going to start seeing more of a ramp up in the price of Cardano because more and more tokens are locked up.
But this was also, this was like a thing when it first started, I don't know when, in 2018 or I don't know when, with this idea of you stake for the security of the network and then you earn the tokens of that network. And it's like, oh, this is cool because they're locked up and I'm earning more. And it just turned out to be an inflation mess. And almost all of the tokens doing that. I think one of them, was it Tezos? One of them has like 80% locked up. And they did all right. I guess if you lock up every single one, you do okay with that model. But that model is just, just a nothing. It's a circle jerk thing. Like it's just people are locking to get more and it's one of these games, so that whole thing, it's if the network is actually decentralized and real DeFi projects start launching on it, or there's some other use case, I don't know, but that's the only metric I'm looking for. This I used to pay staking. What was their interest they paid? It was like 80% a year. I don't know. It was some crazy number, and the token went straight down. So, damn.
Well, right now, what's the kind of the play on Cardano is it's just as more coins are getting staked, the supply gets smaller, and we're going to start seeing like a slow increase in Cardano, just a little bit. And basically, right now, it's kind of like a crunch time. We're like, yay, you guys finally launched something cool. Now let's see when you actually the next thing's gonna have to be a big thing now. Let's see what's and that's what the community's waiting on, and that's what a lot of people are kind of betting on. Essentially, is like, all right, you've just gotten my confidence a little bit. Okay, you finally launched something, you've main netted something, and Shelly's active. Cool, you have staking now. I can make some income on that. But let's see you start launching the rest of the stuff. Because like
the only thing I paid attention to is decentralization, which. Right. They almost launching or something. Right. But are you saying nothing is launched? I thought they were probably doing all these other stupid things that I don't care about. But you're talking like sounds like they haven't been launching anything for a long time, or what?
They've been launching. They launched a little stuff like that. Like they just recently launched like an RC20 converter, so a project could actually leave Ethereum and come over to Cardano, or at least have part of their chain on the chain. That's something they launched recently. But they're what they're working on right now is onboarding businesses and stuff. They've got like New Balances. So New Balances have a little barcode on their well, I can't show you my shoe, but they have a little barcode on the lip right there where you can scan it with a Cardano code, and you can pretty much tell if it's fake or not. So it can help it. So that's one of the use cases going on, and then they're really playing into like products like that. So they've kind of taken a whole thing from you remember this token called Wabi from back in the day? Wabi. It was kind of like I think you talked about it a lot in 2017. It was like to find out like it was a Chinese token essentially where they it was like blockchain. It was like supply chain management where they would be able to find out if like baby food was fake, and yeah, it's sort of
we talked about that when you went offline. I think it was we were talking about another thing for me, and I was excited for a minute about this supply chain stuff, years ago. But I decided that this whole the anything once you're connecting real world to the blockchain, it's sort of you lose your trustlessness because you have to connect that real world over, and it introduces a lot of problems. It's a friction point, and I'm like, it might happen someday, and I get the thesis on it, but there's so many problems, and I decided all these supply chains, I'm definitely waiting and seeing. So now I'm hearing, and now Cardano is all about the connecting real world things. That it's not for me.
I think that's going to be like they're going to have more success on that stuff. Like where I think like Cardano is going to be if you want to create a decentralized token that's about blockchain, you go to Cardano. If you're trying to create something that connects more to the real world, I guess, would you probably go with Cardano? And Ethereum is more like blockchain. Like you're creating some blockchain to blockchain thing, where like Cardano is more like products for the actual world and stuff. So I think they're going to start getting on a roll with some of their products, like with New Balance, and then like they're talking to some like luxury brands and stuff like Gucci and Louis Vuitton and stuff about like authenticating some of their stuff because it's actually worked on New Balance and a bunch of other stuff. So we'll see what ends up happening. If it ends up working, if it's kind of a smart play, if they can get some of these really nice luxury brands to start using it and stuff, then it just like, oh my God, the whole world's going to be like, barcoded by, Cardano. Obviously not, but like the hype, whatever. But in terms of the other stuff, like they're going to have some projects come out, but honestly, I don't think there's anything going to be launched project wise on Cardano until like probably like early next year or something. So everything is like for next year and stuff, honestly. But it's I think everyone's just like, cool, you launched something nice. That's kind of like when I was like, oh my God, something launched, yay! But yeah. I like Charles. I like his presentations better than I do fucking Vitalik because hey, Vitalik. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, dude, it's yeah. I love Vitalik, and what love Vitalik. He's just so he knows what's going on. Speaks so simple. Charles, I don't believe he's like a car salesman to me, or a professor. A car salesman who became a professor. That's what I think.
Right. But when you look at the two, right, and you have them on TV talking, right, I'm just telling you, like, I really think that, Charles is probably going to walk circles around him on the media circuit. Obviously, face-to-face on debate, Vitalik's
not going to be any assets on on Cardano. All the assets, all the value will be on Ethereum and all the activity. So people can say what they want, but I just don't see any activity going to be happening, and with nothing launching.
Well, we'll just have to see. I mean, I'm bullish on it and stuff. I mean, it's just like it's so early on right now. It's like we're not even like we haven't even. I don't even think we've hit 2,000 yet in this tech boom that we're in. If I'm being honest,
2,000. What do you mean? You mean the year 2000, like internet bubble kind of thing?
Yeah, because it didn't pretty much just crash in 2001.
Oh yeah, the internet bubble. Yeah. No, it's we're gonna have a lot of who knows how it goes. And listen, you can have a boom and bust, or you can have a slow, grind up for a few years. Like who knows what goes on. But as far as activity, it's definitely early. But I expect Cardano to continue to be slow as hell, and Charles just keep on pumping his back.
Swindling away, right?
Yeah, swindling away.
All right, well, let's get into another polarizing coin. That's Bcash.
Which one?
BCH. So I'm not like Cardano. I am not involved in this one. I'll let Moses take over. He did have just in a brief chat last night, an interesting case for price.
Right,
which I'll let him lay out here. I'm in no way bullish long term on it, but the price thesis is actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, like again, right? Like, so what's going on right now with Bitcoin Cash is that the Bitcoin miners that are mining on with SHA-256, which is the algorithm on Bitcoin, right? It's the same algorithm that's on Bitcoin Cash. So what's going on right now is the Bitcoin miners are jumping onto Bitcoin Cash and mining up the supply, and then they get off of it, which then fucks up the blocks, and then the blocks start like fucking up essentially, and so essentially imagine not being able to do a transaction on the blockchain for about 3, 4, 5 hours, 6 hours. And then the algorithm goes down, and then it becomes easier. It becomes easier to mine, and then the miners jump right back in. And then so what's going on is Roger Ver. I heard this is like a random thing that I heard from Charlie Lee actually. So Charlie Lee was on some small little YouTube channel. I'm talking about a weird dude with a name like the Jewish something, like some weird dude with like 200 followers on.
I think I met that guy at a Bitcoin rabbi.
Maybe, I don't know. He's like some
book. Yeah. I don't know. Guy who calls himself a Bitcoin rabbi.
Well,
all right.
He was. It looked like Charlie was
in his fella.
Yeah, well, they were on Zoom or something talking to each other, and Charlie Lee said that Bitcoin Cash right now is looking to hard or soft fork away from SHA-256 and move itself over to a different mining algorithm. And it was sounding like
if they fork enough times, they can reduce themselves to be completely invisible. It's possible.
Right? I mean, yeah. But that's just a little thing I heard about it. So basically, I mean, the only option I see is maybe like script mining, but then like Litecoin has control. I mean, you'll run into the same problem with some of these guys who are mining Bitcoin and Litecoin are like could just fuck up. They're in a tough spot, man. I mean, they really are.
If Cardano is like doing nothing but pretending they're really smart, Bitcoin Cash is doing nothing and showing that they're really stupid. They're sort of like this. They're like, we are the stupidest. Like that seems to be their thing. Like no confirmation transaction. It's really fast because you accept it without any confirmations. Well, how does that work? And then there was some like theoretical people try to pretend that there was some real science behind it, but it's just stupid. And Roger Ver, very entertaining. He's made a lot of money, God bless. And he was early in Bitcoin. Like I get it. He's not that stupid, but I gotta say, the guy, it's just ridiculous. I mean, the whole Bitcoin what a disaster.
He got played by the miners. Like Richard's right about these fucking miners, dude. Fuck these motherfuckers, dude. Like these Bitcoin miners are not.
His whole thing was that like it's gotta be fast, which is like, obviously it's not like that. It's not a basic blockchain knowledge that it's that it's about security and safety. And the reason Bitcoin's blocks for 10 minutes was because as a margin of safety thing. Ethereum's figured out and other people figured out how to do it faster, but just this fast and no conference. I don't know that he really just thought he was right on something that he's wrong. Like, and I thought it was kind of silly and just very non-scientific. This is computer science shit. Like,
yeah.
They need to have somebody in charge who's like really a good computer scientist, and they have all these math proofs on how it's going to work, and he's just like, winging it. Like he's sort of like, like an entrepreneur who's just, building a website. I don't know.
We'll get it done, I guess. But like, so that's one thing. So there might be some, this is for people that give a fuck. I don't, but I mean, so one of the things I really try.
Not everyone's going to go. So the whole thing gets smaller again. Like every fork gets smaller.
Right. So he maybe, I mean, he's a czar. He can do whatever he wants. If he says Bitcoin Cash will hard fork this way, yes, sir, and we'll do it.
You don't think a piece will break off again?
Oh, a piece will break off, but they don't get these fucking miners are fucking with them. So it's like there is some nice people in the Bitcoin Cash community. I'm not trying to shit on the people of the Bitcoin because they really are trying to use the app. They have this app essentially where it's like ZK rollups essentially on the app, and what they do is the transactions go instantly when you use the app. And then you're paying with Bitcoin Cash.
Instantly, but it's just people taking risks. It's not.
It's a theater. It's a theater. Yeah, you're right. It's not recorded. It gets recorded on the app, and then later on, eventually, when they can mine a block, it gets posted into the block.
If it ever got popular, someone would just steal from it. I mean,
right? Yeah, and that's risky. That's why they want to get away from that system because they're afraid. I think that did happen actually. Somebody did manage to actually double spend. one time by
Yeah,
doing.
it probably isn't even that hard. It's just who bothers, because there's no money to steal. I mean, I don't know. I guess Bitcoin Cash has a high market cap. I guess there's something to steal. It's funny how I think this thing about 51% attack is like 51% attack is when it's theoretically possible, but it's actually pretty hard to do, I think, because a lot of these coins are such garbage. If it was that easy to steal from the 5 billion market cap, like people would do it.
Right.
You know,
yeah.
Yeah,
go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say too. And speaking of these stupid forks, BSV is
fuck that shit. Fucking fuck that coin, man.
Oh my God. The guy is a he's a fraudster and a scammer with his hand caught in the cookie jar. Like, he is the worst. That's Craig Wright. And there's people who love him. It's so weird.
I think a lot of so what I think is going to end up happening is, going back to Bitcoin Cash for 1 second. So one thing I always really track is Grayscale. I always look at where Grayscale's putting their dirty little hands in the cookie jar. Where are they putting their money in, right? So currently, Grayscale is buying a fuck ton of Litecoin. Essentially, they're trying to buy 2 to 4% of the total supply, so they can rip off 401k investors, and then from there, with the actual real Litecoin that they have liquid, they're going to sell it. They're going to dump it on institutional investors. So they have dude. Grayscale does some scummy shit. So what
does that have to do with Bitcoin Cash?
They're buying. They want to own the same. They're buying up a shit ton of Bitcoin Cash as well. They just list. So they just made it. So you know how you can buy Bitcoin in a 401k through GBTC, right?
Yeah.
They just did a GBTC of LTC. They have an LTC version of it and a Bitcoin Cash. So they just shown their cards. They're right now they're buying up Litecoin because I think it's a good price, and they're trying to get about 2 to 4% of the total supply of what they've said, which they're probably going to get, at least guaranteed they're going to get 2%. And I think they're going to own somewhere about 2.5 to 3%. I don't think they're going to get the 4% with the cheap prices. But on Bitcoin Cash, they're also accumulating. They're buying like once or twice or twice every week or so. They're buying some Bitcoin Cash. And what's going on with that?
I understand that.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but they're doing it. So there's something going on there, and so they're going to pump Bitcoin Cash because a lot of these. The reason that, like the same thing with Ethereum Classic, right? Why is Ethereum Classic also on Grayscale, right? Because they held so Grayscale, when it started, it held a fuck ton of Bitcoin and a lot of Ethereum. So both of them got the forks for free. So they have a lot of Ethereum Classic because they held Ethereum, and they have a lot of Bitcoin Cash because they held Bitcoin. That's why they're so like, shit, we got these things for free. Let's pump these things up and let's dump this shit. So you could see the death of these things, right? But there's more of a.
I see. In other words, this is sort of the maybe a final theory, the final pump show. But it sort of ruined their reputation with these things.
I know, but they're gonna see. They're gonna get away with it without. They're gonna dump it without. No one's gonna. Someone. I mean, we might talk about it in a couple little news articles on the news. The average person won't know. And they'll just get away. They'll get away with it. I mean, they're going to get away with it. Like that. That's the fucked up shit about this. About like, so what they're doing right now is right. So let's just say they did this with Ethereum recently, but so they're doing this with Litecoin right now. Litecoin's about $50, right? So you can buy the digital version of Litecoin, but it has a VIG on it. So when you buy the share, 1 share equals 1 Litecoin. When you buy a share of Litecoin, it costs $110.
Yeah. You're talking on what's it called again? Grayscale?
Grayscale, yeah. Grayscale.
Yeah, so yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
They're all expensive. All the tokens expensive on there?
Yeah, well,
the premium fluctuates every now and then.
Yeah, it goes down, but Ethereum's one of the worst offenders. So what they did so each share of Ethereum, there's only 1/10 of an Ethereum in the share. So the share price is equal almost to the same price of Ethereum. So it's $400, but you're buying 1/10 of an Ethereum.
And it's not Ethereum that's an offender. It's this Grayscale thing, and the idiots who buy it. I mean, Ethereum's got nothing to do with it. They're just people are buying, and it's like, yeah, I want to get exposure to Ethereum. Well, just go to Coinbase and buy it. Like, why do you need? I mean, there are some institutions which they're not allowed to do things, and so they go to it. I get it, but you know, yeah, it's crazy.
They screw them on the way in. They're going to screw them on the way out. It's genius. And here's two, like, look with Litecoin, $110. So what's going on is like they're having people giving them money. They're essentially having people donate money to them to get a free bag. So what they do is they're buying, even though they say they're buying 2%, right? But what they're actually doing is buying 4%, because each stock that they're selling has to have that Litecoin. So what they do is let's just say they buy 1% of Litecoin. They put 1% of Litecoin into a hard wallet. Okay, cool. We have those Litecoins. We're not going to touch them. Those are going to be in those shares. And then eventually one day people will be able to cash them in for Litecoin. Okay, cool. Look at this. Now we have a free bag that I've just paid for by the investors of free Litecoin. Nice. That we can then later on sell for a huge profit later on. And because we Grayscale say we're buying a lot of Litecoin, we're buying a lot of Ethereum, we're buying this, we pump the price. And then because they're such big buyers, when you have someone buying 1, 2, 3, 4% of the total supply and saying it out loud, it causes other people to say, well, if Grayscale is doing it, I mean, I might as well start buying. And that's what's kind of going on right now. Like they really like Ethereum actually started pumping a little bit because of them buying up on Grayscale, because they only had GBTC. Then a couple, I think at the beginning of the year, they added Ethi, which was Ethereum. And then I'm not saying it's that correlated, but it helped because they were buying up a lot of Ethereum on the market as well. But it's just these games they're playing. But so I think Bitcoin Cash is probably going to do pretty well. But the people that are going to cash out on this are going to be, Grayscale, obviously. Sorry, I'm sorry if I got a little angry at that, but it's I get pissed off when I find shit like that.
Stupid. It's crazy. I mean, I don't blame Grayscale as much as I blame the idiots who buy it. Although I guess, who knows? It's just that's the whole institute, the legacy system is all corrupt, or it's just the rich get richer. And so it's all stupid like that. That one we see how it works, but almost everything in the legacy system is just you get ripped off.
Yeah, and
that's why I like crypto.
You know how they get away with scamming people is that they tell people on Bitcoin we charge a 7% over spot on Bitcoin when you buy it as GBTC. Well, okay, that's not that bad. You see, they're good people. I understand they're making a stock and they have to make sure that it's they're making some. That's not a crazy thing, right? But then they're scamming people on the other tokens. When GBTC came out, it had over during the bear market at some points, it had like over 50% over Bitcoin spot on GBTC and stuff. Dude, it's crazy. Yeah.
I hear you. My God, I'm getting tired, guys. How much more we got here?
I'm trying to keep it under 4 hours, so we got 24 minutes.
4 hours?
Let's whip through this, man. This is good to
What about, can we just mention that EOS is also a shitcoin?
Haven't we talked about all the shitcoin? No.
Did we talk about that? No one uses it. It doesn't work. There are some Chinese places using it, but that's another one.
I'm not a fan.
Voice, and then their app got basically cucked out by Reddit. Like, so they were supposed to be the big social media for crypto, right? Then you have Reddit making their own token and they're making their own cryptocurrency. And then there's Dragon Chain's actually got a decent halfway Reddit. Like, actually, you want to know something funny? Dragon Chain made their own cryptocurrency social media, and then Reddit pretty much stole their idea.
Then, wasn't Dragon Chain on some TV show like a few weeks ago or something like that? And that was like the big pump for that. And then it was just it was here and gone within literally days.
The guy, I've heard him speak a bunch of times. The guy who made Dragon Chain and stuff, and he explained the whole story. He's not a bad. He doesn't seem like a bad dude, but I don't know. It's he's making some sort of Reddit version, his Reddit version of a social media, but we'll see if it works. But yeah, EOS is crap. Yep.
All right, since we're trying to move along here, we got 22 minutes. I'll just put link out there since we're in top 5 now. What I don't like is it feels a little XRP-ish, just with it's kind of like the cool coin to talk about and shill and say you're in. However, I've been in this for a while now, way cheaper, like multiples cheaper. So I'm comfortable with it, but it feels like it's like the cool thing right now.
I don't think it's like XRP, because XRP actually has like, there's no users, whereas Chainlink, the company, people, you know, companies are using their oracles, you know.
Yeah. And that's why I was about to say that I do like they're everywhere. They're Ethereum, they're Polkadot. I mean, bridging Tezos. I mean, just everywhere. So in terms of price, I love that. I remain bullish on it, but
the thing is, there are people using the oracles, but that's good for the company Chainlink. I mean, I don't know exactly how it works, but I mean, assume companies, oh, we got a smart contract, we need a thing, so we pay money to Chainlink for the feed. Great, but there's no the system is not yet decentralized and not using the token. As far as I don't see how value is accrued to the token. And I understand how theoretically in the future it would be, but my other concern for Chainlink is that Uniswap came up with its own Oracle system, which I think is like free and decentralized, and that could eat up a lot. And I see a lot of Oracle solutions. So Chainlink's doing great now, but will it remain doing well? And no values should really go to the token right now, and it's not decentralized right now. So I wouldn't buy it just because I'm sort of worried about it. If I had equity in the business earlier, you know, that would have been nice. But the token, I don't know. I'm not getting. Granted, I didn't like it at $2, so you know, that was 7x ago. So whatever. But.
So one thing that really worries me about Chainlink is that it gives me vibes of like 2008, when you have a it feels like it's a rating agency where like the rate. So I see a lot of scam projects that saying, you know, we use Chainlink oracles. You see, we're a legit project because we have Chainlink oracles. So a Chainlink oracle has become like a buzzword in like DeFi and all these crypto projects where like, yeah, we have it's like people just like, cool, we'll just use Chainlink oracles to make us look like we're more legit, because you see, we're safe because we use Chainlink oracles. And it's almost like, you know, like they're like Moody's or something, giving everything a AAA or something, like just stamping everywhere. Like, here you go. Boom, 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 boom.
Well, I talked to some some Ethereum developers sometimes that I connected with in this fund or whatever, and they were talking about they decided to use Chainlink. I was like, really? Why Chainlink? Why not the new Uniswap thing? Like, well, we were building, and like Chainlink's thing, it's up, it's running. Everybody, we know it. Everybody knows it, and like, so it's fine. But we may move to Uniswap later, and then one of the people said, yeah, we asked Chainlink, like, what about when are you going to become decentralized? And they said, we're already decentralized. And then everybody was laughing. They don't even pretend, they don't even know that they're not decentralized. Like, so it's you know, yeah. I don't know if their moat is that big.
Damn, we're gonna have to change your name to Dave Decentralized Eileen.
That's my thing. That's why I got on the web.
Hey, yeah.
Everything I've done that's done well has been related to decentralization, so I stick with it.
Okay. I mean, I think you're right on a lot of the stuff. I mean, it's kind of true.
Yeah.
For the most part. Yeah.
That's my thing, though. You know, I own Tesla, and it's not decentralized. Like, not everything has to be decentralized. But for the crypto, this is what's exciting. And I've seen things that really work that are decentralized can grow really fast and become much bigger than everything else, because everybody, you know, which, you know, banking system is going to have more customers? The one that anyone can just join at any minute with any amount of money without an application and with no fees, or the one where you got to go and fill out an application? You know, the one that is open to anybody, and then anyone can, which one thing is going to get used more, the one where any application can just tap into without permission and use, or the one that you have to go and you got to know the guy who knows the guy? It's the one that's open. So this decentralization is really, when it works, and not everything can be decentralized, but when it is, it's just like hyper adoption friendly. And so it just grows super fast. And that's why I like it.
Yeah, shout out to Cultivate Crypto. Thanks for stopping by, man.
Shout out to Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie. DC supplied the link if that's it. Does that ring a bell, Moses?
Hexcraft. Yeah, it's a really, yeah. They don't have the entire thing on there, but it's a really pretty website with a lot of good information on Hex.
All right, and just moving right along, Dave's favorite topic, the portfolio king, the apple of his eye, ETH.
Yes, I love it. I mean,
all right.
I don't know what to tell you, but it's just like almost every metric, it's winning. You know, number of users, number of transactions, amount of dollars locked up, number of actual decentralized applications, number of developers. And not only is it in the first place, I think it's growing faster than anyone who you might think it's its competitor. And also, I love, you know, we were making fun of Vitalik. He might not be, you know, awesome on CNBC, but the leadership and the vision and the research that goes in and the developers, the community, it's just a pleasure. You know, they're just they stick to the math, but they speak clearly. They have these roadmaps and, like, you know, they launch something sometimes on the test net and something breaks and they get a little delayed, but they sort of just crank out they just launch. They just keep launching shit and it works well. And like, I just, everything about it, talk about checking off boxes. Ethereum just checks off my boxes every day.
So yeah.
And I think it's this is one of my, I do two things. One is I like to analyze what's happening now rather than try to predict what's in the future. And, you know, what's happening now is big. The other thing I look at is when the general public's understanding of what's happening now is out. It's one thing if something is awesome now and people sort of know it's awesome now, I still might like it, but it's not, that doesn't mean it's super undervalued. It may be fully valued, but it's fine. It's awesome, right? But I love something like Ethereum, which I think is really awesome right now, but people just look at it as yet another project, or Bitcoin's better, or just most people who don't know crypto don't like, why would anyone ever, why do we care about this? Like, I just think it's very mind share undervalued, which tells me that the price can go a lot higher.
Right. So I would love to pick your brain on this. So do you know about the phase 0 contract?
Yeah.
So are you going to send?
I'm not a developer, but I mean, we'll see what your question is. I mean, I know.
So you know how the contract is one way right now currently. So when they release the phase 0 contract, I feel like a lot of other. I mean, obviously, when someone who has a lot of Ethereum, they can afford to send, like, okay, if I have 1,000 Ethereum, why not? I'll send 400 into the contract and just get interest. Cool. And they don't care about getting that Ethereum out of the contract because they have so much over here. But most guys are in crypto right now. You know, like, what's the current price of Ethereum right now? Like $400, right? Yeah. So it's like what? 32 times 400. What is that? Like, yeah, it's like $12,000 for the average person, and that's a lot of money because, like, I mean, most Americans can't even save like $500. So, you know, some people are scrimping and saving, trying to get that 32 Ethereum. That's become like the new Bitcoin, where like there's memes out here like the superhero touch
Bitcoin and your
32 ETH, right? So there's going to be a lot of these young guys that, you know, young girls as well, that are going to, yes, I get to stake my Ethereum, and they throw their Ethereum into the contract, not knowing it's a one-way street. It doesn't mean that they're not going to get it.
No, if that happens, I would be surprised, because I actually think that, well, first of all, there is the fact that you won't be able to get it out until whatever point, which might only be a year. It could be less, but I don't know exactly. But it's also, I don't think it's going to be that easy on the initial launch. I think it's sort of like, you're probably going to be somewhat skilled to get into that initial contract. I also think that there are so many whales, Ethereum whales, who are like super tech smart and in it for the long term. I think they're going to have no trouble getting enough ETH locked up just from their regular, without promoting it, without trying to get, I don't think they're trying to get, I don't think there even will be like the average mom and pops start staking right at launch on this thing. I would be surprised, and I would certainly advise against that. I'm not going to stake 32. I'm not going to stake. It's not worth it for me. I don't, until it's like really, eventually it should be really easy. They're trying to make it so that the staking, you can, I don't know, just like on your phone. And wants it so that, Vitalik set up the system, not that he set it up, but one of his research interests and things was that they don't want it to be that you need to be a high performance computer. You can be offline for like 30% of the time and still be a good validator. Like, so that it'll be really simple. You'll just load it in, like it'll get there. And then maybe then I would, but then the returns is probably going to be, you're going to earn 3% or something. Now it might be a little bit higher return, but if it's anything technically, I worry about, I mean,
it might be
going to be that easy at launch. So I don't know.
I know it's not, but there's going to, I mean, I would count as at least, at least people who are really into Ethereum and they're scrimp. I know a lot of the guys, especially like some of the, I keep going back to Celsius team, but like there's people in the Telegram groups that are, that are just kind of like the hype groups and stuff where they were talking about that. They're like, they really want to get into the contract. So I think there's going to be obviously some of the really mom and pops and stuff. They're not going to invest, but there's going to be a lot of smart people that'll be able to figure it out. Especially there's going to be how-to guides. They're going to route.
So then they're going to lock up their ETH for a year and they're not able to trade. I mean, and I think ETH still has value. I think that'll be okay. I mean, I don't know if your concern is that people aren't going to know that they can't get it out until a certain period of time, which could, if they run into problems. If people don't know that, I guess, but it's not, I don't think anyone's going to present this thing as some sort of a, hey, lock it up. Don't tell them you can't get out. Like, I don't think they're marketing towards the mom and poppers.
Right. Yeah, I know, but I don't think they're really marketing that you can't get your coins out until the contract is done. So I feel like a lot of, because I mean, people skim like articles, right?
Well, let's see when it launches how that goes, because I think the people are just hearing staking's coming. Oh, I want to stake, and there's shitty articles and all this stuff. I would bet when it comes out, there's going to be a lot of material out there talking about what this thing is, and I would think that's a pretty simple. That's not an advanced topic that you can't get your money out. What do you mean? Well, let me explain. It's difficult. No, it's simple. You put your money in until we do another fork. You can't get your money out.
But when fork?
What's that?
But when fork? ETH go up. Like what's gonna happen with because this is one of the first times that outside of people putting their ETH into other staking pools, you've now added another layer of people putting their ETH away, right? And I mean, over a year's a long time, especially where we're in the. I mean, if I had to say where we're at right now, we're probably in 2016 right now. I mean, we're still if it
keeps going, it could be 2016.
Yeah,
or actually, who knows? Whatever.
Yeah. It's just
will never repeat, but it always looks the same.
It looks the same, but let's just say we're 2016 right now. We're gonna I still think we're gonna touch 20K this year, but we're not for long. We might touch 20K, 21K, and then it's gonna go right back down to 10K, and then we'll stay around 15K for a while, and then next year probably we'll be up a pretty good amount after that. I think we'll be full bull market next year, but I think that locked up Ethereum might be a little down sell pressure and stuff because people are if they lock it, let's just say if Ethereum's at $400, they lock it, the circulating supply goes down, which is whales are going to lock up their ETH as well as some normal people, and then the people who really feel this are probably going to be the smaller people who some people stake 100 ETH or something like that, and they don't I just think that it's. Some people are not putting as much thought into how much. I'm not talking about the big whales or the mom and pops, but I'm taking up people who's got a couple hundred ETH that aren't thinking it over. I really don't need this 100 ETH. Are you sure about that? Because that 100 ETH could really go up a lot. I mean, snap of a finger, a 3x is not that much. I mean, to be back at the all-time highs over $1,200, that's nothing. And then they're like, "Wow, that was $120,000." And for a lot of people, they've never even seen that much money before. That's a lot of money. And then I know a lot of people who have hundreds of ETH that they were buying them at $80, $100. I mean, now it's 4 times that. So it's ETH has done pretty well. I'm not shitting on ETH. I like ETH a lot. I'm still buying it, but I think people will probably don't think it out or don't know how it feels. Like you're like, cool, I've got my ETH in there, and then like the price really goes up, and you're like, holy crap, once it goes to 2,000, 2,500, and it's like the contract will be here in 4 months, but
if someone, you're saying they have 200, and if they only locked up 32, they could still sell 168 or whatever it is, and then they say, and it's a forced savings. I don't know. The main point is
forced savings account
that Ethereum is not sort of hiding this or something. That would be obviously scammy. Right. I think, as far as stupid people being stupid, I've seen, forced saving, forced to hold Ethereum for the long term, assuming it continues to be awesome, is not as dumb as many of the other things I see people doing. I mean, people doing 100x leverage on shit coins. Right. I mean, maybe it would be good for them to have a non-shit coin locked up that they can't get rid of for, whatever. So, I don't know that I'm more worried about the execution and that everything works on schedule than, and we'll see how that, I don't know, Ethereum. I think Ethereum they have the benefit of there's so many, I don't think they're going to have any trouble getting enough staking. So they don't, that's when people start to get tempted to be a little shady. It's like, oh shit, we need more. Hey, let's make it sound better than it is, sort of this subconscious sort of thing. I don't think they need to do that. So I feel like I'm not worried about that, but we'll see what happens.
How many of you bought at 1,200? Not me.
I think I did for a trade, but I got out within an hour.
Oh, okay, cool, good.
I remember that day actually. It was right over there, but I was like, that was the top, man. That was it. That was so crazy.
I think the most I paid for an Ethereum was $500. I think. Yeah.
What's your lowest?
What was?
I think mine's 110, maybe.
That's what I remember. 102, I think I got around was my low, but I had a fair amount around the 300 thing back from whatever on the way down, way up and the way down. 300 seemed to be a big number. At one time I was stupid. I think around the 600 or something on the way up, I was getting all excited. But I mostly just held it and just kept getting more and more and more.
Right. I think I bought probably because I was mostly just buying Bitcoin and Litecoin. I didn't buy Ethereum, even though it was on the app or whatever on Coinbase during 2017. It must have been either $80 or $90 that I bought some Ethereum or something.
Yeah.
Well, in this low, the low was 82 for one day, so that would be time.
Yeah, I think I got Litecoin was my first purchase, and that tripled, and then that was my best Litecoin experience. So.
Same. Yeah, I bought Litecoin pretty cheap.
All right, so we got a few minutes before the 4-hour mark. I think we're gonna bust that by a little bit, but at least we can get Bitcoin in here for the stream record back up. But any thoughts on Moses said you think you could hit 20K this year? I mean, I see it as kind of like a store of value. I see bigger money getting into it, but again, no utility. There's no payments. It's like digital gold to me. So
the real, you ever heard of some YouTube channel called The Real Vision?
Oh yeah, Raul.
Oh, Raul, yeah, dude, he's fucking shilling it, man. I mean, if he's throwing so much for the big, which I don't mind because I want some of that big money. I mean, fuck it, let's just take that money in there because it's a float essentially. We're leveraging institutional money to then prop up and shoot up the prices of everything else, ETH included, right? Because ETH is becoming because Grayscale has made it like that. It's essentially made it's basically made Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, and whatever else they have on there in institutional grade. So that's good. So eventually there will be market buys where people are buying Bitcoin, millions of dollars, and they're like, shit, let's buy a couple $1 million of some Ethereum too. Shit, why not? And then eventually it'll trickle down. So I mean, it's good because that money can just start the people are because it's almost like they're just trying to check a checklist. Or are we in crypto? Do we own? We just buy some Bitcoin and cool, check it's off the list. Nice, that's it. Walk away,
Well,
right?
Props to him too, because he bought Ethereum right before the breakout. It was like 230 and 230. It had to be in the 230s, and it was like right at the top of the pennant in the chart. And he admitted he finally bought ETH because he was just Bitcoin. He was like, okay, store of value. He's more conservative that way. And he was like, if he's of the thinking that, I don't necessarily agree with this, but he's like, if Bitcoin is gold, then Ethereum is a silver to Bitcoin's gold. I think of Ethereum as much more valuable than that. Yeah, and Litecoin could be a silver to that. But yeah, he nailed Ethereum. He bought it, and it's been straight up ever since.
My saying is, if Bitcoin is gold, gold's worth about 5 trillion. Ethereum is derivatives, trading, and borrowing and lending, which is counted in the quadrillions. So, and I think a lot of Bitcoiners are they're like 100% Bitcoin. A lot of Bitcoin people who actually now would say, I like Ethereum. I see what they're doing. Yeah, it's not bad. And, you can get some. And like, do you have any? No, I'm 100% Bitcoin. Like, there's going to be some capitulation there. And a lot of the money, a lot of smart people who are smart enough to get into Bitcoin, but they don't, like, I listen to Chamath Politics, however you pronounce that. Someone was asked, well, what do you think about, DeFi? He's like, what is that? Like, they have no idea. The people who are like, they're like, get the whole, decentralization is good. They kind of get the basic structure. Like, which is the biggest? Bitcoin. Okay, then that's the one. If Ethereum catches up in market cap, or that meme starts catching on and it starts getting close, a lot of Bitcoin money, I think, is going to diversify into Ethereum, which gives Ethereum extra fuel. So who knows? It could go a lot higher, but I don't know. Yeah, I was sure it was going to 50,000. Now I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, because that was a big part of the portfolio back in the Stellar day, I remember.
Yeah, I mean, I believed, but I don't believe anymore.
Well, you believe, but you adapt, and that's the way to do investing. Like, I know Hexnot was giving me shit about Tezos, but it's like, if you're not feeling something, or if something's not performing in your portfolio, and you believe that money could be better placed and get more value out of it.
I think as long as you've got some Ethereum, and then, I mean, as long as you got some of the top tens and stuff, you're going to do okay, I guess. I mean, it's really hard. I mean, it's going to be really hard for you not if you're buying in right now and you're actually holding and not trading out of your positions too much. It's going to be hard not to make fucking money, man. I mean, it's where else can you damn near like double your portfolio?
But it's all going up a lot. It's scary when I don't like. Yeah. I liked it a lot better when it was sort of dragging along the bottom. We just went up a lot, and it's just like it all feels like it can just do it again, and it can, and we've seen it when it just keeps going and going. Right. But also, if the fiat market starts collapsing, the Fed says, you know what, the market's falling, but we're not going to bail everybody out immediately. In 2 months, everything can fall. And if the regular markets fall 10, 20%, this, Ethereum can go down 50%. It can be painful. So I get scared. Granted, I am telling people about, you should get a little bit. I am always, friends and relatives and stuff. But it feels like a bull market, but just always remember it can end like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're pretty safe stock market wise until after the fucking election.
Yeah, that's the wild card, I think.
Yeah. I mean, and then too, like there's this big, so if you've been looking at what's been going on with COVID and everything like that, like COVID really started hitting the United States in March. So probably by next year, we're going to start seeing the people actually getting evicted from homes and people losing their like office spaces and everything. So maybe by May of next year is when you start seeing some weakness in the housing, and real weakness, not the kind of like stuff they're saying right now. I'm talking about like real, like people losing their properties, because it takes a full year for that kind of shit to happen. So you know, I mean, I've had this really pessimistic thing where we actually hit we hit some crazy new highs or whatever, but it's not as high as we think it is. Like we could only hit like 40K Bitcoin and we just crashed back down because the market went under us by next year. But I hope not. That's like my worst case scenario, but it could happen. I mean, shit, like the stock market and then the real estate market takes a shit, man. Everything's going to go down. I mean, dude, because like we found out that every time the stock market crashes, people have longs and shorts, or shorts. I mean, longs that get called in, so they start liquefying assets and stuff. So when the stock market crashed, why did gold crash as well? Because people were selling gold to cover their fucking longs. And why did crypto go down? Because people
everything.
They sold everything to keep them from losing their positions and shit. So I don't know, but
well, that's why you got to own some dollars too, you know. And the DAI went up. DAI was up to $1.08 when everything was crashing. Yeah. And the interest rate on compound, I don't know, but it was probably high. So if you had, you know, so there's places. That's why you got to have both sides. Yeah. Got to be ready for the crash and ready for the boom.
I'll hold it in USDC instead of I don't know. I'm a little freaked. I get freaked out with DAI, man. But
that's fine. You gotta have dollars though. And USDC is giving decent returns now too. So USDC used to like give nothing. It was on compound. They weren't giving away their token, and the interest rate on USDC was like under a percent for a little bit. Yeah. So it was like you couldn't earn anything. Now it's like it's 10%. You know, if you're selling off the comp. So
I mean, I earn almost 12% on Celsius, so I'm happy over it, man.
Well, I'm gonna look at your Celsius. You've sort of opened my eyes. I thought it was stupid without really studying. So
you'll like the numbers. The app, the app's really cool. I mean, well, let me see if I can show you without doxing myself. But
well, we got to go to bed soon here. I mean,
yeah. But
all right, wait, where were you? You're on the East Coast, right? I'm
on the West Coast.
Oh, you are too. Okay.
Yeah, you go to West.
For me, it's late. I'm usually asleep by now.
Oh man, well, come on.
That's what you're saying.
All right, crypto. It's outside. We've been doing this kind of like stair stepping. So outside of the top 10, my link pick came to fruition, which I'm happy about, and I'll still hold. But I think I got another one in mind. But crypto, it's outside of the top 10. You could see inside the top 10 and supplanting maybe a BSV, maybe. Moses, you got any ideas?
Give me a second. Let me think. By what time?
I got one just because of math.
Okay, go for it.
It would be hated, but Hex.
Oh yeah, actually, you're right about that one. But yeah, I could see that. Yeah,
I'll go with my Zcash just because I'm sort of holding it and it's close. You know.
Yeah, I'm just. It's probably gonna be Cardano or Tezos, guaranteed. It's
really Tezos. I thought you said like next year. So you think it could muster up enough to get in there this year?
Oh, it's just gonna go up in price. I mean, it's like if the market goes up, it could 2x and stuff, and all it needs a little bit of good news, and people are like, "Hey, the countdown to all this stuff," and then they market it and say like, "Oh, look at this! You built a real estate on the blockchain and all this bullshit," and that's gonna just multiply. I mean,
Charles car salesman, you know, he can.
Yeah.
I mean, what do I need to do to get you into ADA today?
Is that his last name, Charles Car Salesman? Is that how you pronounce it?
So Dave, what kind of payment can you afford?
Yeah. What?
What like?
What's your name again, sir? Charles.
How much are you looking to spend on crypto today?
Right.
Yeah. All right, gents. Well, yeah, we're wrapping it up. So I'll just call this last part the big shill. So, Moses, man, I know you got some stuff going on in the next month or two. So shill it. Tell us what you're doing, man.
Yeah, we're launching a product for like kind of new beginners and like noobs and stuff and intermediates and stuff. It's called Crypto Trading Fundamentals Q4. We're pretty much going to be launching it on September 11th. Just landed on that day. Don't ask me why. Where we're just going to go over like Charlie from Cultivate Crypto is going to handle all the trading and stuff, just kind of how to look at charts and, you know, kind of read the stuff. Because charting is pretty difficult and stuff if you don't know what the hell you're doing. You know, it's like, it just looks like squiggly lines. That's what it looks like for most people. Where I'm going to handle some more of the fundamentals, like how do I look at a crypto, or how to research it, where to go, YouTube channels. I'm just going to go through the entire process of how I look at a crypto, and then to give people kind of like strategies, like how do you dollar cost average? Is your income coming in weekly, monthly, bi-weekly, and how would you then take a portion of your income in order to buy crypto effectively without like stressing yourself out financially as well? And just like little things like that, a lot of mental stuff as well, because like a lot of crypto is mental. So like I've got something called like the rule of 3, which is it's like a little thing where like you buy 3 of something. It could be 10 3 coins, 30 coins, 40 coins, whatever. But you basically break it down, and then when a coin does a certain amount of multiples, you sell a certain percent of the portfolio in order to get your principal out. Then from there, you can just ladder out of the position in total profit without having losses, essentially. But of course, you also have to know where you are in the market, whether we're in a bull market or in a bear market, or it's pretty frothy right now, bro. I don't know if it's a smart time to put money into the, and then two, like a really important thing about the course is people are going to be able to talk to us 3 times a week on a Zoom call for a couple weeks, and they'll be able to kind of like throw ideas at us in terms of, you think that's a good idea, or like, hey, what's a good exchange? And, it's just the basics to get people started and have them start earning some money and start investing in the space, because like time's ticking, man. Like, you don't want to, how to keep these hands strong. That same thing too, I mean, a lot of it's just like with position sizing. I mean, some people are like 100% in crypto in one token, maximalist. And like, I've got an entire part of the course where don't be a maximalist.
Nice. I like that, man.
Do it, like ETH go up, Hex good shit. But like, we give like, recommendations in there and stuff, but like, well, coins that we like, but it's just mostly just getting people started and just knowing where to look, because I mean, dude, it's so confusing. I mean, I can't imagine how crazy. Can you imagine coming into the crypto space in a year from now when everything's like going crazy and there's DeFi this, and then there's what's the hell is that? Cardano's launching this, or like, ETH is doing ETH 2.0, and then imagine trying to just come into the market and trying to figure out all that shit in like a couple months. It's a rough, and then that's how people get into these weird, like right now we're getting into projects that are launching now, right? And we're not in the full bull market. Can you imagine if the bull market's in 2022 and people come into the market at the time? Of course they're going to invest in every stupid fucking project because they don't know any better. It's just catching people right now, or at least sharpening up, or just maybe by buying the product of the project and everything, you're able just to look at something a little differently. And I mean, that's why I was asking Dave so many questions, because I love the whole mentality of like, how do you look? I mean, how do you position your portfolio and stuff? Because everyone's a little bit different, if depending on if someone's like, because like you have a guy that's like doesn't have that much money, but he's just dollar cost averaging in. That's a different strategy to accumulate coins. Where like some guys like, I've got $100,000. That's all I'm putting into crypto. That's a different strategy compared to a dollar cost averaging guy,
Yeah, man.
But everyone can be successful in it, Yeah. It's true. Like, I mean, there's some really smart people, and they don't, like, I've met some really smart people in here. They don't know nothing about crypto, man. Like, absolutely nothing. Like, I was shocked. Like, you have these really insane conversations, and you're like, they blow your mind. And then when you start talking about some crypto, they're like, they're reading at a second grade level, But so we'll have commercials and stuff up. We're gonna have you'll see me shilling. Don't worry.
I bet. Well, you're already on like every podcast and YouTube video anyway, so we'll see.
I stream every single day. I mean, literally.
Really?
Wow. Yeah. I'm on a bunch of shows. I'm on Discord Syndicate. I come on his show. I'm on Moon Gang. I have my own podcast. I do stuff with people in Decentraland called Mana Talk. Usually, if someone invites me on and I'm free, I'm like, all right, let's go. Why not? And it keeps me sharp, because it's like, so like while I'm not listening to stuff about like crypto and everything, I hear people like the Centralized people sometimes, hey, what's going on? And then they just tell me some news, that only niche little news that you would hear for being in the game. And then I'm like, oh, cool. Or I talked to Cabana. Let's just say I wasn't in Hex too much. And then he's like, hey, yeah, this crazy event's happening in a couple of days. Really? Huh, I didn't know that. and just by osmosis of just like getting into ideas, talking talking to you, Dave, right? Let's just say I didn't know so much about ETH, and I'm just like, wow, or Ren. I'm like, wow, now I know about these tokens, or at least you're giving me a hint to like look into these things. And a lot of people don't put themselves into these places of like trying to talk to people. Like
you're looking into Ren, and Dave's looking into Celsius. So.
Celsius, yeah, awesome. Dave might change his name to like Dave Celsius, man. For all I know, but that's how I keep myself sharp. Like I try to like just talk to as many people as I can. I mean, even if a person's not saying, like, let's just say I talk to somebody and it's like stuff I've heard already, he could say one little thing. Holy crap.
Yeah. I mean, it's just ideas and like immersing yourself in content. And like, I'll go sit out on the beach and I'll listen to podcasts and, you know, try not to, I made the mistake one point of listening to one of yours at double speed and I couldn't understand anything because you talk so fast sometimes. But I was joking with Ryan Lopez because he was like, oh yeah, the trick I do is, you know, I bump the speed up and I can just consume so much more content because it goes so fast. And I was like, man, you were talking, it was Celsius. You got, it might have been you and Wasabi. And yeah, it was really cool. And, you know, just consuming content, ideas like that, and YouTube videos. So there's so much good stuff out there. Dave, what you got going on, man?
Well, you know, my YouTube channel, davelevine.com. You can always find me, .com on the web. I call my YouTube channel davelevine.com. Every few weeks, my new format is I will talk about what my overall portfolio is and then do additional videos digging into each of those positions. And I'm hopeful. Well, I don't know if I should pre-announce because it's not. I'm working on a thing where I get someone to help me. I need to, you know, hire someone to help me to get actual guests, have a show, because my thing is I want to, like, you know, the guy Long Wang, who one of the creators of Ren protocol. Boy, would I like to talk to him, right? And I have a list of people who I'd love to interview, but you know, some people are hard to get to, or even, you know, if I wanted to talk to Litecoin Moses, is like, and he doesn't know me, like I want to get someone who makes me look really professional and sort of goes and says, Mr. Levine would like you on his show, and like someone who could book. So I'm hoping that possibly that could take my channel to another level. Right. And then also on Twitter, I couldn't do davelevine.com, so Dave Levine and the number 0.com. I'm starting to post a little bit more on Twitter. It's kind of fun. So, you know, you can follow me there. And, you know, I'm mostly a, you know, retired guy who just reads about crypto during the day for fun. I'm not live streaming every day. I'm too lazy for that. In fact, I was going to maybe make videos this weekend, but now that I spent 4 hours on this, I think I'll just hang around and read all weekend. I don't know if I'm going to do any. I feel exhausted right now. I love talking crypto. I don't think I've ever talked crypto for 4 hours in a row before. Apparently there is a limit. When people start talking to me about crypto, I usually am like, watch out. Cause like, I can't stop. Just feel free to just like, tell me to stop. Like, cause I feel like, wait, that was an hour? I was just getting started, you know? So this has really, I've seen that 4 hours is what I need for a conversation about crypto to feel good about it. So anyways, am I doing anything else? I'm working on courses for kids about money. I've sort of slowed down on it lately because it's a slog. It's like people care, but they don't care. And then everybody loves crypto, and crypto's so exciting lately. And I'm just like all into that. And I have a lot of research to do. So please follow me. I'm not going away. And I'm just here. I'm not selling you anything. I have no product. I've made my money business-wise in the past, and my future money comes from investing. My only desire is to learn. And then when I make videos, it's to share what I've learned, because you sort of learn more by sharing, by creating a video, forcing you to study more. And then I get feedback. Some of it's stupid, but some of it actually is good and helpful. So, you know, it's just a learning fest. And Lord knows in crypto, you can never know enough because there's a lot to it.
It never ends. There's news every day.
Yep. It's so exciting.
And nice meeting you, Mr. Litecoin, Mr. Moses. You know, I was expecting, there's a lot of moronic YouTubers, but I like you're pretty well informed and well spoken. Even when we disagree, I don't feel like it's stupid.
I have.
I think to your point, like I am not like gripped on my consensus of like what a coin is to me, because like I'll take every little opinion because I'm trying to get every little data point I can get, because you're right. That's the way I saw him. But you're for sure there's a segment of people that are like, oh, this guy's kind of sleazy.
Well, and I love Charlie Munger's quote: "A year where you don't drop one of your best ideas is a wasted year." And I've learned like that often applies to many things, but certainly in investing. And I had that this year with Bitcoin, which was that was my best idea. Bitcoin was my best investment I ever made, from 2015 to 2020. But it was like it's like I have it, and I'm like I don't love it that much, but it's still, I want to keep. And then I just had, it's not my best idea anymore. Like, let it go. And let your mind, and even just like with this Kyber thing, I loved it like 2 months ago, and I'm making videos, is the greatest freaking thing. And then all of a sudden I'm like, I don't. And it's hard to accept ideas that conflict with your mantra, not to mention if you've been making a shitload of money on it, and be cool with that. So, I've tried to, and actually I was open-minded. I was pretty skeptical about just Litecoin in general. I've been pretty negative on, but I see your point, so it's good you got to keep that open mind, because also, and I've been wrong enough times to know when you're too confident, that can be a bad sign too. So
I'd love to come on your channel sometime, man. I was actually trying to get in contact with you for a long time, man, but I couldn't find your email anywhere, man.
Really?
Yeah, because
so it's DaveLevine.com. My email is dave@DaveLevine.com. My YouTube.
I got you.
I feel like I'm so available, and like I hear that from people. Like
I try to DM you because I was like, oh, cool. I found you on Twitter, cool, and I was like, oh crap, I can't DM you. And I think I said a couple things along. I think when I first started my podcast, I mentioned I had way less followers back then too, but I don't think you probably saw it or something like that. But yeah, I also was commenting.
Organized. I feel like having guests is too much work for me right now. That's why I need someone to help me. But I can, get you on that list. And also, I like doing other shows as well. So if you want me for you're doing stuff every day, so I might not have to be too special to get on. But
no.
But if there's any things, and you said you go on other, but whatever, let me know. I'm sometimes busy with my kids and this and that. My schedule, I don't do everything, but keep me posted. It's good to talk. Yeah, no, a lot of things just talking to you. It gets me off of when I get so convinced in my head. Not to mention Celsius, but there were a couple of other things that came up, and I'm like, okay, I shouldn't hate it that much,
I'm gonna flip you on Litecoin, Hex, and fucking Celsius. Just watch, man. The trifecta. Just you'll see.
Okay, but take it easy. You got Celsius. Don't get too excited. I'm still a stubborn old man, but occasionally I have my soft moments.
I'm definitely feeling the Hex, and I've been looking at Celsius. Like I said, I listened to his podcast months ago, and it's on my radar. But yeah, I've just been putting money into other projects. But
I'm actually dropping I just did a podcast yesterday with the community.
Of course you did.
I know, of course I did, right? I just did a podcast with the community manager at Celsius. He's the guy who runs all the social media for everything, like Twitter, Telegram, everything, and YouTube. So he's also doing all the AMAs with Alex Mashinsky and stuff. So yeah, check it out. It's going to be out. It's probably tomorrow after I'm done editing it or whatever. But yeah, I always got something in the fire, man. But Dave, Dave or you, Cabana, want to come on to Moon Gang? I have a show at 7 Pacific Standard Time every Sunday, and you're more than welcome on Discourse Syndicate, which is like Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Off. I have my kids every day. Every Sunday. What else?
Okay. So you can come on to Discourse.
Monday or Wednesday.
Yeah, Monday or Wednesday or Friday if you want. We have a show every 3 times a week at 6 p.m.
Mondays are good.
Okay. Yeah, we'll set it up. Yeah.
Keep me posted. Not in 2 days, because I need to recover from this.
We'll give you 3. That's Monday.
Yeah, we'll give you 3. Yeah.
All right. Very good, guys. Thank you. Good show.
Yeah. Thank you, Cabana, for setting this up, man. This is pretty good, cool idea.
The absolute blast. I just your schedules happen to work out that you two could be on the same show, and I was like, holy crap, this is going to be awesome because I know Dave loves talking, even though I think we found his limit. And Litecoin, man, you're always up for streaming. So, dude,
I know.
So much good stuff in this thing.
I'm trying to get that Richard level of fucking endurance, man. Like all the hexagons are getting like streaming endurance, man. Holy crap, we're streaming.
It's my longest one, so yeah. Yeah, my longest one was with Dave, I think, before. Or maybe it was a one that you were on with the Space Force where we did that long deep dive. But yeah. Cool, man.
All right, guys.
Hey, guys.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Good luck to the moon.